Zara, Stephanie, Connie, Evelyn, and Fern. Okay, so moving on then to agenda topic E, which is our, as I said, our first open topic forum, asking that we reserve this for people who have things to say that are not on the agenda tonight. And this is a 10 to 15-minute forum. So we have the microphone here. I just ask if you would like to come up and speak, that if you identify yourself, say your name and where you live. And that would be helpful for all of us. Anyone would like to come to the microphone now? You don't have to say where you live if you don't want to. Hi.
Hi.
Is the microphone on? Yes. Is it? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Lila, and I'm very excited to be here tonight. Dear Board of Education, I do not think we should have homework anymore. I think this because every fight I've ever had with my mother is because of homework. Homework is very, very stressful. It interferes with our playtime. Once I ran over to my friend and asked her if she wanted to come over for a play date. She said she wished she could, but she had to do her homework. I walked away in tears. My friend told me homework is bad because when we are doing homework, we are not playing or getting any exercise. We need to do those things because it is good for our hearts. I agree with him. Kids have lots of important things we need to do. For example, I have to walk and train my 15-week-old puppy, but I can't because I have to do my homework. Another reason is 82% out of 100% of kids do not like homework. The 18% of kids that do like homework could do it if they want to. Homework could be optional. Sometimes kids feel like homework destroys their day. We go to school 5 days a week for 6 hours. We do math, spelling, reading, and writing at school. Home is supposed to be our break from school. It's not fair that we should have to do schoolwork at home. We get smart at school. We should not have to do homework at home. It's hard to make childhood memories because of homework. Please, please, please take away homework.
Thank you very much, ladies.
Good evening. My name is Leighton Newland. I live at 230 Birch Avenue in Princeton. I was born and raised in Princeton, New Jersey, educated in Princeton, New Jersey, attended Stony Brook, Little Brook, Johnson Park, Community Park, Valley Road, and Princeton High School. The only school I did not attend was Riverside, and that was because Riverside opened up the same year and the same day as Johnson Park. As I said, I was born and raised here in Princeton, and I came here tonight for the first time to attend the school board meeting because I and others am extremely concerned about the growing and systemic minority education achievement gap in the town of Princeton. Young African American and Latino kids are suffering, and they're underachieving. And as I think you all know, approximately 50% of our property taxes go to Princeton schools. It is a crisis. Some of our schools, as I've read and heard from some of the administrators and assistants who work in the schools, are in crisis. And I am here tonight to listen, to learn, to have a better understanding of what is going on. And I am beseeching the school board, the teachers, the parents, and even the students to pay attention and to come to grips with the underachievement of particularly minority students in the town of Princeton, because it's important that diversity in education is diversity in our town. And to the extent that we don't have minority kids entering college, it is a bad situation for the entirety of our town. And again, a majority of our taxes go to our children for our schools, and we are underrepresented in achievement, and we are not, to my understanding, and to my estimation, and to what's going on here with the underachievement, getting our money's worth. So I'm here to listen, to learn, and to understand. Thank you.
My name is Katie Stoltz-Vustoic. I was not planning on saying anything, but I have to say that I echo both of the previous speakers. My kids are in kindergarten and first grade. I do not think homework at that level is developmentally appropriate, nor do I think there's research that indicates that it's helpful. I think it's ironic that my son came home with a piece of paper today saying that physicians recommend 60 minutes of physical activity a day, and recess is only 25 minutes. So if 35 minutes is loaded on to me, homework takes away from that. And I also think we really need to pay attention to the achievement gap.
Thank you. Any other comments at this time? There'll be plenty, as I say, plenty of other opportunities for the public to speak. Yes, go ahead, please.
I recognize we're going to address the budget. If you can humor us and give us some time at the beginning, that would be helpful. So hello, my name is Joan Spindell, and I am here with Lindsay Cruz. We are co-chairs for the Special Ed PTO. First, thank you for taking on the task to hear from the community on how best to allocate the school budget. We know this is a challenging task and that there are difficult choices to make. We understand right now that there are 3 new full-time resources allocated for next year, and we are here tonight to advocate that one of those resources be made to PHS case study team. Currently, it's identified in the budget as LDTC that has already been proposed. As you would expect from the Special Ed PTO, we want to emphasize that an extra case manager will certainly help children on IEPs, especially in the context of the increasing number of students attending the high school next year and the years after. However, more important, we also want to stress that the extra case manager does not just benefit children who are on IEPs, but the entire student population.
So the case managers at the high school are often also called on to help with mental health issues, to provide leadership and counsel for children who need extra support, whether they have IEPs or not, support tackling life challenges, school balance challenges, and to support the incredible teachers and counselors in the school with a host of considerations that naturally affect children as they embark on their high school journey. With a more manageable caseload, especially with the high school population right now, the extra case manager would enable both appropriate support for IEP students as well as enable the case managers and the counselors to be able to support all children. So as you consider all options for the budget, we ask that you please strongly consider keeping the case manager in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we move on to the board president's report? Just give you a second if anyone wants to get up. Okay, so moving on then to item F, the board's president's report. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on comments because this is going to be a long meeting tonight. But I did want to point out that, sometimes people come up to me and they say, I watched the board meeting on TV, and then sort of my first reaction is always, what'd you do that for? But this is a really exciting board meeting and really worth watching. I appreciate you coming tonight because we have a lot on our agenda. One of the things that I always worry about sometimes as a board member now for 4 or 5 years is that we kind of tend to think in the short term. We tend to think towards the next budget, towards whatever problems are occurring in Trenton, towards whatever problems occurring in our district. And we struggle and sometimes have to really focus on thinking about the long term and not just the short term. And so tonight we have a lot on our plate to talk about. Some of it is short-term issues. One of those is the budget for next year. Steve Cochran has said many times that our budget reflects our values, and it's important that we get this right. We're in a district with rising enrollment. We have many needs, as several speakers just pointed out, for special education, for just the growth of the district that we need to address. At the same time, for me and I think many other board members, one of the values that we have to be mindful of is that we want to keep a lid on taxes. We don't want this to be a community of the very rich and people who have some other way to live here, whether it's a special housing allowance or something else. We want this to be a diverse community economically and every other way. And so it's important that we be fiscally responsible with our tax increases and make sure that we're being mindful of the fact that taxation compounds annually, and it's a balancing act between all the needs of our children and the needs of our community as a whole. And finally, tonight we talk about the charter school. The way that the charter school expansion unfolded really amounts to a statutory taking. We don't have a choice. The community didn't have a choice in this matter. But we'll talk about how that impacts the budget. And again, for this board, the thing that we need to think about is the best way to educate all children in our community. And it's not up to us to argue what's best for a few children. It's for the community as a whole. And so we'll talk about that in the budget tonight. All of those are short-term issues. There'll be some other things that we're going to hear tonight too, shorter-term issues. One is a short presentation by Princeton Choose. Priya Volchi and Winona Guo, two students at Princeton High School who have developed a curriculum to deal with racial literacy. They developed this on at their own initiative, and it's just an example of some of the great things that that we see developing in our district. Also, just having Lila and Isabel, who I think are you in fifth grade? Third grade. It's amazing that you were able to speak in public so persuasively, to use data to back up your points. These are tremendous stories that this public school district is developing. So I'm so proud of that. In the medium term, we have taxation over the medium haul, and we've specifically asked Stephanie Kennedy tonight to give people a sense of not just what next year's tax increase might look like, but also 3 years down the road, how do we see budgets developing over the longer haul, and in what context do we look at when we look at whatever we decide or discuss tonight about next year's budget? How does that fit into a broader arc of spending and investment in our children? Also in the medium term, you'll hear tonight about a report on student wellness at the high school. There was a report which will probably be come up in public session next month, where the students took a survey and really gave us some feedback about how hard they're working, about the amount of homework that they're undergoing, about the stress of their schedule, about the mental strains that this sort of culture of quote-unquote achievement is delivering to our students. So over the medium term, Lila and Isabel, I think something that's really important to us is not only closing the achievement gap, but also making sure that children are learning in a less stressful environment. It takes changes, it takes education, but we're going to talk about that tonight. So there's some medium-term things. And then finally, it's exciting that we're going to be able to talk about the very long term. Many of you may have heard that Rider University is putting up for sale the plot of land of the Westminster Choir College. It's potential at this point, but we feel we should discuss it at least and talk about it. It's a 20-plus acre tract of land. It's probably to say it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is not to overstate it. It might be a once-in-a-century opportunity to acquire a piece of land for the public good for our students adjacent to our other two properties. And so we'll talk about how that might fit into a bond referendum that we would have to do anyway to deal with the expansion of our school. And finally, longer term, we're going to be talking about the demographics of the town, how we expect that to expand, and how we deal with it. So there's a tremendous amount on the agenda tonight, short, medium, and long term, and we're really happy that you're all here, because when we have these discussions in a near empty room, it's sort of up to us to guess what you might want. And so it's really nice to hear feedback from the people who have children in the school, who live in the town, who have been a product of the education system, and who pay the taxes. So again, thank you for coming tonight. And with that, I think there's actually a couple of things that we need to have a vote on. The first is to appoint a chair of committees. This is simply a new position for the board to deal with coordination among the various committees. This year especially, there's a lot of collaboration between finance, facilities with our potential bond referendum, other things that we're working more closely together, I think, than we ever were. And so we are nominating Betsy Calber-Baglio as our chair of committees. Could we have a motion to adopt that, Justin, and second, Fern? Any discussion on this appointment? Hearing none, then can I have a show of hands? All in favor? Okay, I think that is unanimous. Any opposed, any abstentions?
No,
Unanimous, okay. And next is a financial matter. We would like to establish, this is item F3, a ad hoc committee to deal with alternative revenue. And what this means is looking for, just as some not-for-profits in town pay payments in lieu of taxes, those payments in lieu of taxes affect the tax base, but they don't really affect the school's operating budget. And one thing to keep in mind, you'll hear it over and over again tonight, I'll say it now, is there's a very different, and Ms. Kennedy will sort of tie these two things together, I think, in her presentation. Our operating budget is capped by state law. We cannot expand more than 2% unless we have a waiver that is also a function of state law. We are unlimited in the amount that we can raise for physical facilities, and that just requires a referendum for all of you to vote on. So we have a very limited operating budget, and not unlimited, but a much broader leeway in terms of what we can raise in terms of facilities. On the operating budget, if we were to receive funds from the institutions in town that don't pay taxes, it would go a long way to helping alleviate some of the pressure of a 2% cap in an inflation environment that's almost 2%. Now, healthcare environment that's 10% annualized increases is very, very tough to run a budget on a 2% cap. And with a charter school that is allowed to expand without any community input is another thing that is very, very difficult to run a 2% budget. So we would like to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate and develop alternative revenue streams in support of the district's budget. And as you'll see it on the agenda at item F3. Could I have a motion to adopt that? Thanks, Connie, and second, Debbie. Any discussion or questions on this? Okay, hearing none, can we have a vote on F3? All in favor? It is. Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Evelyn. All right, and with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Cochran for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I want to begin by taking just a minute to celebrate a number of the exciting things that have been happening in our school district. Gabe, are you able to pull up the PowerPoint? Perfect. So, whoops. actually was going to begin with a picture of our JW kids. I think you might have the earlier version, the PowerPoint game. Our JW students had... Next page? No. No. Our JW students participated in Spirit Week this week. You have to imagine 8 or 9 kids and their teachers dressed in long striped socks. That was the picture that was sent to me, but they, through their Spirit Week activities, raised $5,000 to fund support for leukemia and CHOP Children's Hospital in Pennsylvania. We had, in addition to that going on at the middle school, we had sold-out performances of Beauty and the Beast a couple of weekends ago. The Little Mermaid is coming to the high school beginning this Thursday, and I believe our elementary schools are beginning their spring concerts. This past Saturday, we had 16 teachers, elementary school, middle school, spend the day, not with their families, but with one another in New York City at Teachers College, where they deepened their understanding of reading and writing workshop, which is one of the important ways that we're differentiating instruction for our students here in Princeton. I also wanted to highlight that we have had members of the scheduling committee at the high school. This is the committee that Mr. Sullivan referenced. We'll be hearing more about their ideas and work to take a look at the use of time and space at the high school and to figure out ways to transform learning in our district. Those members of the scheduling committee are spending this week and next week shadowing students. So they're actually going through the school day with the students to gain a perspective of what it feels like, the pace and demand of the high school experience. So that will inform their work as they develop a schedule that's in the best interest of our kids. I am really proud of all that's going on in our schools, the progress we're making towards our strategic planning goals, but I really want to spend the few minutes I have tonight talking about these two areas, equity and enrollment. Beginning by understanding what equity is, and oftentimes it's confused with equality. So as you see here, equality is giving everyone the same thing, the same resources, the same curriculum, the same instruction. But our kids are not all the same. Our kids come to us in different shapes and sizes, with different interests, with different learning abilities. And so to be equitable, we want to give resources in ways that allow all of our students to access fully the programs and curriculum we have, which is demonstrated in the second picture there. So we're providing these supports. Some of them may be material supports. Some of them may be instructional supports, social emotional supports, nutritional, financial, et cetera. The MAP program, the Electronic Access for All program we run, is a good example of providing students with the kinds of material supports that will help them fully access the learning in our school district. But ultimately, and I think this is my friend Layton's vision for the Princeton Public Schools, ultimately we want to remove all the barriers that we have towards access for students. And those barriers come in lots of different forms, as are indicated here. They can be physical barriers for some students. They can be economic barriers. Very often they are barriers that are related to race and to gender, to readiness levels of students, to learning differences. And the ultimate goal is to look at our system and make the changes that eliminates the fence altogether, or at least makes it a place of safety and not one that's preventing students from accessing the full gamut of our programs and our curriculum. So how do we do that? This is a major part of our strategic plan. We have lots of different aspects to this and objectives. I want to just highlight a few. I had promised at the last board meeting that I would give an update on the mobile access program. This is an attempt to provide electronic access for all of our students. So much of the learning in the digital age that happens is it's 24/7. Our students have the ability to collaborate with each other, to access research online, videos online that inform their learning. And of course, we know that communication from the school district and from home can happen 24/7. But it's not available, has not always been available to all of our families. And so last year we piloted a program where we provided internet hotspots that provided free internet access to those families who needed it, as well as a laptop for those students who may not have had one, so that we could ensure that all of our students had full access to the programs and to the public school system in general. Very proud to say that we currently have 134 students who are using those devices. And we have a team of more than 15 staff throughout the district who are committed to this work and often find it to be the most rewarding aspect of their work. So we have many of the people in the back from our technology office who are here tonight are part of this effort. We have ESL teachers, administrators. We have all of our media specialists serve as point people in each of the schools who interact with the students, know their needs. If there's a problem with using the internet access or the computer, they're the ones who can help and can troubleshoot. We have our parent liaisons who speak Spanish, who are able to help families understand how to use the equipment and troubleshoot at home if necessary. And we have people within the curriculum office, central office, who help to monitor what's going on, provide monthly reports to me and updates. So we are moving forward with that effort, and I'm excited because now we've bridged the gap, the divide with technology in our district. It allows us to now develop a technology plan and move forward in exciting ways in terms of instructional technology within the district. On Monday of this week, so that was yesterday, we put a link on our website to a survey about tutoring. We've already had almost 600 parents take that survey on behalf of their kids, and I'm grateful for that. When I first came to this district, I heard lots of reports, anecdotal reports about the level of tutoring that was taking place in the Princeton public schools. Tutoring for academics, tutoring for artistic endeavors like music lessons, and then supports, outside supports for even athletics, coaching, that kind of thing. So the survey is designed to help us understand why. Why are families seeking out tutors, paying for them outside of the school district in these areas, for academics, for artistic or athletic endeavors? Some may theorize that it's because parents want their students to advance more quickly through our curriculum. That's helpful information for us. Others may theorize that parents are seeing students struggle with the level of the curriculum or the pace of the curriculum and are employing outside tutors to help their students stay on pace, stay on track. The who is important here as well, because one would theorize that it's parents who could afford to pay for tutors who would be accessing them, and that raises the issue of equity because not all of our families can afford that. So it's very important that we get this kind of feedback to figure out what changes we need to make to our curriculum, to our programs, to our instruction, so that we can ensure that all students can see over that fence, and that all students have access to the rich learning offerings we have here. So I would encourage more families to take the survey. It's important that families take the survey even if they are not utilizing tutors, because that will give us a full range of the percentage that are, and a better picture of what we're looking at. So two examples there of efforts we're making in the area of equity. And I turn now to one more that is very near and dear to my heart. Mr. Sullivan referenced this earlier. It's the Princeton Choose Classroom Index. Barriers to learning can also be in the form of bias. That bias can be explicit, meaning that people understand what they're doing in being discriminatory, either by exclusion or by hurtful comments or actions. Very often that bias is implicit. All of us are nurtured in stereotypes of one type or another. And understanding that we have those stereotypes is the first step to eliminating them. So Winona and Priya have been attempting to eliminate those biases and increase racial literacy among the residents of Princeton in the Princeton public schools, among our teachers for at least the last 2 years. And tonight they're here with us to celebrate the book, as they're back as seniors, to celebrate the book that they have created, Princeton Choose a Classroom Index. And Priya and Winona, if you will do me the honor of allowing me to read just a few of the words that I wrote in the introduction to the book, because they were kind enough to ask me to share some of my thoughts about this particular book, and all the board members have a copy of it in front of you. I will not read to you all of what I wrote, just the last few paragraphs. Racism is not something we are born with. It is something we learn. It invades our psyche, sometimes violently, sometimes slowly and subtly. But if it can be learned, it can be unlearned. There is no more important work we can do, no more important lessons we can teach than empathy for others and respect for our world's diversity of races, religions, and cultures. I believe this book is fundamental to that work. It contains the stories of individuals both locally and internationally that help to personalize our appreciation of diversity. Some of the stories are tragic, others are celebratory, all are deeply moving. The two remarkable young women who compiled and cataloged these stories envisioned them as entry points into classroom discussions about race and culture. They have consulted and collaborated with teachers and administrators in the Princeton public schools, and we intend to integrate their work into our approved curriculum. The students in this community and in communities throughout our country are amazing. It is their voices and their vision that should give us all hope and inspire us to persevere in teaching our way to a world without racism. I give you Priya and Winona.
And my name is Priya.
So we're Princeton High School seniors, we're racial justice activists, and we're co-founders of Choose.
So we wanted to share some exciting news to start off that we heard from Mr. Charleston just yesterday. So did you know that there's a resource created entirely by students that's being distributed to every single school in the district, and that resource is the Classroom Index?
So the Classroom Index is a 224-page racial literacy textbook and toolkit. It was created by Choose. It was funded by Princeton University's Department of African American Studies and the Princeton Education Foundation. It was led by Mr. Charleston, piloted in fifth grade classrooms in this district. It seeks to bring hundreds of voices to one classroom, stories that we collected from all over the world and connected to larger systemic issues through written research and discussion points. The book also contains other resources and curriculum, but all with this goal of sparking effective and meaningful conversations about race in classrooms. Its creation was entirely led by high school students, including Abby Emerson over there, who's an incredible member on our team, but high school students who know what it's like to sit in our classrooms and talk or not talk about race.
Our mission is to ensure that all K-12 educators nationwide are equipped with this historical and sociological toolkit to start race-related dialogue in their classrooms. And we've already started on that mission. So far, we've sold 500 copies of the Classroom Index to over 15 states nationwide. But we definitely are working to take it further.
Right, because so much work still needs to be done, right? Our classrooms and our friend groups and our neighborhoods are still structured by racial division.
and there's not nearly enough dialogue in our classrooms yet. This may seem kind of random, but we're not sure if you remember a few years ago, there was an image of a dress that went very viral on social media. It was this one image and this one photo that went viral. There was huge debate. Some people looked at this photo and saw the dress as having blue and black stripes, and the other people looked at it and saw it as having white and gold stripes. You probably argued about it with someone at some point. But it blew up on social media. The next day we went to class and we realized that all of our teachers somehow found a way to make it relevant, found a way to talk about it. Our English teacher talked about looking at the dress and the value of perspective, and our science teacher talked about something to do with light, something like that. And we were shocked because, first of all, oh my God, teachers have lives outside of the classroom. They know what's trending on Facebook, but also because teachers were choosing not to talk about certain current events dealing with social justice. Eric Garner, Michael Brown. One teacher, our sophomore year, did choose to integrate race-related dialogue into his lesson plan, and he really showed us the power that teachers have to shape and inspire students, because he inspired us to start Choose.
Yeah, so really everything for us started in the Princeton Public Schools District, which is, a bad thing because it means that we identified problems that existed and still exist and are important, but, also a good thing because, as Mr. Cochran wrote in the introduction, there's so much courage and so much humility and so much hope for our future. It's also a good thing because it means our teachers had the power to transform our hearts and our minds. And I'm sure many of you here agree and believe that our teachers have actually unified and mobilized and equipped, have that power to shape generations. So, why not leverage that power for social justice? We believe that social justice and racial literacy deserves equal, if not more, priority as other literacies that our district invests in. And we hope to leave you with that vision and that motivation for action, because a tomorrow of racial justice is really, really impossible without transforming our schools today.
So we're hoping to take a gap year to work on the 3rd edition of our textbook, but also to solidify the foundations of our organization, because for us, and for students who are involved with Choose all across the country, this isn't just something we're going to drop as we leave high school. This is truly lifelong work. So we're currently raising the funds to publish the 3rd edition via GoFundMe, and we have flyers with the link that we'll leave somewhere in the back. So support is always appreciated.
Yeah. But we wanted to thank the district so much for their incredible support over the years.
We wanted to thank them for pursuing a dream and a vision of change, and especially for allowing students like ourselves to be agents of that change. And we're so grateful to Princeton Public Schools for sharing stories, and we hope they continue to share stories and share voices, because as Dr. Roberto Schiraldi said in the beginning of our book, personal stories are the way out of darkness, and we hope that Princeton Public Schools leads that way. Thank you.
And Priya and Winona, your personal story will continue to inspire all of us, and I'm glad to know that you're taking that gap year, because it means that your personal stories will be a little closer to home, perhaps, than they would have been otherwise. So we look forward to having your continued inspiration and guidance as we implement racial literacy instruction in our schools. Thank you.
And girls, before you go, come back and let us know how it's going. Okay, we want to hear from you during your gap year. Thank you.
And transitioning from equity to enrollment, as Mr. Sullivan indicated, we're looking both short-term and long-term. We are attempting to plan a budget for next year, but we also, as a board, need to be looking 10, 20 years down the road in the way in which we plan for our students and for our schools. You'll see, did we lose our graphic? I guess so. So you'll see on the graphic on the right-hand side, just the growth we've experienced in the district over a very short time and the projected growth moving forward. So from 2015 to 2016, we went up about 130 students. From 2016 to 2017, almost 200, about 190 students. I mean, that's the projection for next year. That's what we're facing in terms of a budget for next year, those kinds of rising enrollments. And those 190 students are not spread out evenly across the district. They're at the high school, they're at the elementary schools, in certain elementary schools, and we need to be able to hire the teachers and staff to support them. You can see that the projection for 2018 is a slight drop, but not much when compared to the prior years. We're lucky to have with us tonight our demographer, George Sindel, who is going to be able to take us through the projections 5 years out and almost 10 years out, so that we can begin to think long-term about the needs of our students and the needs of our schools and the needs of our town. So I'm going to invite, and Scott Downey, our architect, is here as well to listen as we think about the facility needs that we are going to have. So George, if you want to come forward and then talk us through the methodology and focus mostly on the projections, on the numbers, and then I would invite the board to engage him in dialogue and each other and ask some questions about how we can move forward.
Do I have control over? So one of the important things to do is establish, if you will, my qualifications. I hate to say it, but I've been doing facilities planning and demographic studies for over 50 years. And in particular, I've had my own company, Sundance Associates, for that specific purpose for over 20 years now. I've done a lot of them, primarily in New Jersey and southeastern Pennsylvania. Enrollment projections are really about statistical modeling. The standard cohort survival system is used in 85% of all school districts in the United States. It's an excellent planning tool, and there are very few other systems or models that we use for enrollment projection. It is, in fact, kind of, if you will, the golden rule. So it's based on really the historical enrollments in your district and the births in your district. One assumes to start that the trends in the recent past are the trends that in fact will drive the school enrollment in the near future. If that's not true, and one needs to do a little research in that regard, then you can modify the projection in several ways. In particular, we'll find in your projection that we modified it for calendar years, which we changed into school years for the births. We do get a more accurate projection if we use school year births rather than the calendar year, which is the normal. It's the normal and the standard in a projection. Also, the number of years that you use in a historic projection. If recent trends showed a difference than, say, what was happening 5 or 6 years ago, you sometimes then choose to not use what is the standard 6 years of history in order to make these survival ratios that we'll talk about. And lastly, and perhaps the most important one in many school districts, has to do with new housing that's coming into the district and whether or not that is the type of housing that will bring children along with it. So it's a lot of big spreadsheet work. You put in the 6 years of historic enrollments as it's shown in that picture, and you do it on a grade level basis. You, on a diagonal, go from 100 students in one grade level to 104 the next year, and you have a survival ratio of 1.04, 104%. It's that easy. You do it grade to grade level in the next year, and you sum up an average of all of those. That's the simple statistical analysis for it. You bring forward those years and that survival ratio for each of the grade levels. Now you have a kindergarten to first grade survival rate, a first grade to second grade, and that sort of thing. But you also have the births. What were the births in the 5 prior years? The kids who have not yet entered the school district, and you start with a kindergarten to birth survival ratio, and that begins your projection now against and along all the future years. By the time you get to middle school and high school, those students are already in the district. So the only speculative ones are for the first 5 grades. In the first year of a projection, you know how many students were born. In the second year, you know how many students were born 5 years earlier. It's not till you get out to the 6th year that you're speculating, and you begin to use an average now of the last 6 years of births for that part of the projection. So what do they look like? They peaked at 253 students back in 2007, and as you can see, births within the township have been declining. In fact, based on the school year birth analysis, there are 5 fewer births every year. After 4 years, that's a classroom. So the average that we used is 199. Those are for the years in the 6th through 10th year of the projection, which is the average of the last 6 years. Now, we made an adjustment to this normal projection because we did not use 6 years of information to arrive at the birth to kindergarten survival rate. If you look on the right, you can see a charting of the survival rates over the last 6 years, and you can see they have been steadily climbing. And I use the word steady to be very accurate and precise in this case. So much so is that trend obvious that we only use the last 3 years in order to come up with the average that we are using in this projection, so that we are using 0.956. That's 95% of the births will show up in kindergarten, rather than the 6-year average, which was 0.85 or 85%. Doing this will mean that we have between 19 and 21 additional students in those grade levels. So the first year I do this, it's, let's say, 20 students. And in the second year, it's 20 in kindergarten. But now the 20 I put in kindergarten the prior year move on to first grade. So after having made this adjustment for 5 years, I have 100 additional students because of it. So we also want to look at residential permitting, and there's a chart for it. It looks a little bit episodic. As most of you know, there was a certain few projects, and these are the years in which they're permitted. And then there was nothing in another year, and then they were up again. So we do know that they are what? They are probably going to bring students into the school district. And do they impact enrollment? This is, again, a charting, and I won't go into the details of it, of permitting versus upticks in school enrollment. And the permitting is delayed 1 year on this chart so that you can see that when you get a permit, it takes a year, year and a half before you reach occupancy, but then you have students in enrollment. Absolutely a clear correlation. I would say with what happens here in Princeton is you need consistently over 100 permits year after year after year after year to sustain the level of enrollment that you have right now. You don't have that. You have 58, I think it is, on average. So that is cause for declining enrollment, except you have these episodic permits every once in a while, which are rather large numbers, on the order of maybe even 500 or something, all get permitted in the same year. So what do we do with those? We look at the building type. Is it a high-rise, a mid-rise? Is it single family? Is it townhouses? We look at number of bedrooms. Are they 1, 2, 3s or studios? And we have multipliers for each of those kind of building types. We also can modify that multiplier if it is a high-end housing or if it's affordable housing. And we come up with a count, if you will, shown at the bottom of that chart, which says that there are going to be 506 additional units. This is occupancy now in this school year that we're talking about. They'll show up in the school district next year. And over the 5-year courses of the enrollment projection, there is 600, over 600 units. I do want to take a minute on these multipliers from which those counts come. They come from Rutgers University. They are, in fact, the preeminent scholars for analyzing this sort of thing in the United States, and they do them for other states also. But Who Lives in New Jersey is the document that almost all demographers would choose to use in order to get how many kids come from a 3-bedroom townhouse in a higher-end market. And they have a multiplier for it. They have a different multiplier for a 2-bedroom townhouse in affordable housing. So that's where we get them from. And it's important to know that they really look at this thing 6 ways to Sunday, and we use all those numbers. From that, then we get public school-age children. We do school-age children and we do public school-age children, and we try to correlate that with American Community Survey information on what is the number of students in public school versus private here in New Jersey. But we come up ultimately with, from those housing units that we're talking about in the 5 years, we're looking at the 186 students. The other thing that we do is assign them to a proper geography. I need to know which elementary school are they going to in order to know which one they will have impact on, and so we take a look at that. And just so as everyone understands, the housing is added. Let's say 400 kids are coming in 1 year. We divide that 400 by all 13 grade levels and put an equal amount in each grade classroom and add it to a standard projection in the year in which those students will come. That new number then gets survived according to the survival ratio. So that's kind of an overlay for the new housing that goes into the spreadsheet. Now you have another, of course, important thing to look at, and that is the send-receive relationship with Cranberry. So we did separate analysis for the Cranberry High School students. And, yes, what we looked at, we looked at their births, their housing. They have also new housing come, so we had to do an overlay for new housing in Cranberry. But ultimately, the chart that you see lower left there is a graph of how is their 8th grade going to look like in the near future. That's a little history, and where is it going in the future? And as you can see, their 8th grade is decreasing. That means they'll be sending fewer students to your 9th grade. In terms of the spreadsheet work, we just work it into the spreadsheet after the Princeton 8th grade. We combine them together. Now we have a new number in order to do cohort survival rates for combined 8th grade to Princeton High School 9th grade. So we make then projections, and here you're looking at a rather complicated table, if you will. It just is a table broken down into history, a 5-year projection, and a 6 to 10-year projection. I need to take time, and I need everyone to always understand on these projections, the accuracy from most of the university studies is 1% plus or minus accurate for every year that you go out. So even in the first year of study, it's plus or minus 1 year with an accuracy. By the time I'm at my end of the 5th year, it's plus or minus. That's a 10% mark. Plus or minus the number I'm going to give you in terms of accuracy. That's really as good as it gets. A 6 to 10 year projection is kind of just to mull over. No one ever thinks that it's accurate. By the time you're at the end of a 10-year projection, it's 20% leeway, plus or minus 10% either way. So we're really looking at 5 years in order to look at the proper planning. These are in a report that's been given to the district, and you get averages for the periods, you get percentages, you get counts by individual grade levels in any given year. So all the information is there. Picture says 1,000 words, so we probably should look at the overall projection in terms of this picture. And as you can see, there is a big jump from blue, which is history, into red, which is a projection. And next year there is that rather large jump because we have many students coming in from that episodic building of over 500 units that occurred just prior to this period. Then it kind of levels out and stabilizes until we move into that other planning period. And I will say, acknowledge that that uptick has to do with the Butler tract. They're talking 300, 350 units, I forget how many now. And students will come from that, and that's why you see a little bit of an uptick out there. But it's more important or equally important for us to understand what happens at each one of the school levels. And we can see in the elementary levels, after they move upward for the next school year, they level out and then go into a decline. So we'll see our biggest enrollments in the elementary schools next year and the following year. However, in the middle schools, it will continue to increase. Over that period, if you look in that first blue period, it was almost stagnant, if you will, but over the first 5-year red period, we are going to see increases. And at least for now, it looks like it will continue to increase beyond that into the extended 6 to 10-year projection. High school projections will increase next year, and the following year will be the peak point. They will go into some slight decline, but then also a rather large increase in the extended projection period. And that has to do with, if you will, a lot of students going through the district and not so much that Butler tract. It has more to do with the students already here. So here you can see comparative projections. The red line is the difference between where they move from history into projection. And the numbers are the peak period for those enrollments so that you can see two peak periods in the high school, really, one shortly and another one out in the future. Middle school in particular does not. We don't have middle school peaking until the extended projection period, important to remember. And then we also have then projections for each of the individual schools. I should mention that the bars that you see are two of the standards by which the state measures the capacity of the school, and another one where the district itself, how they use the school shows them what their capacity is. So you can see that here at Community Park, in the next 2 years, their enrollment will be beyond the capacity of that school. Johnson Park, the same thing happens. It exceeds capacity and then goes into a decreasing enrollment. Riverside is under capacity. No apparent problems there.
Wouldn't the Butler tract be in the Riverside area?
Yes, it is, and that's why you see finally in the extended projection period, you're up past one of the, which one is it?
2023.
FES or DP, I can't read it even from here. It's touching one, it's going up there. So yeah, Riverside gets impacted very much due to Butler tract. And finally, Little Brook, which does not appear at this point to have any capacity problems. And here I do have, in the documentation that you'll see, it says how many students are coming from the new housing in each one of these school districts, and there was more information than what you're seeing tonight. The important thing is to see, particularly at the elementary level, that everything peaks and is then going downward, except in fact Fort Riverside, which has that peak out there because of the Butler tract. Otherwise, all the elementary schools are in a decline. In summary, the 6-year trend was for 5 fewer births per year, but we do use in this projection an average of 199. So we use a flat average, though the trend is for fewer births. The cohort survival projection was modified to use 3 years of birth to kindergarten, and it changed increased each kindergarten and each succeeding kindergarten by about 20 students. We looked at 664 residential units over the next few years that were going to generate 186 public school age children, and the 350-unit Butler tract later to generate an additional 120. Now, it would take a minute here to say there's kind of been a re-judgment of your affordable housing requirement, but it's only that you know that there is going to be a bigger requirement rather than a smaller one. And it's yet to be hammered out what that number really is. And when we do know that number, and we can get with township planners and other people who can give us a logical way in which that might unfold, then we will have to adjust these numbers, because it is a rather large affordable housing requirement, and there's no question it will impact. How it will get built is we don't know, but it's a cause for an amendment, if you will, to this projection that we've already made. So it's important also to realize enrollment increased 332 students in the last 5 years. That was an average of about 86 per year. And I think we already noted that in 16 to 17, that increase was 165 students. It was about 2.5 times the normal rate. And that was a precursor of what's going to happen in the next 2 years also, as all of that housing comes online. Some of it was already occupied, and it caused that tick. More is to come. The interesting thing is that the 5-year enrollment is fairly stable at only plus or minus 22 students, around the average of 3,900 students. So that in fact, district-wide is pretty stable. But as I said, it's not worth only looking at the district-wide. We have to look at the individual grade levels as you organize them within your school. So we looked at the high school enrollments that are going to peak in 2018 and again in 2025. And in both cases, it is exceeding capacity. The middle school enrollments are going to peak in 2022. Remember, I talked about it in the extended projection period, and it will exceed capacity at that point. The elementary school peaks are in 2017. They are below capacity, though Little Brook already peaked. Community Park and Johnson Park will peak next year. In Riverside, which peaked in 2016, will, if you get the Butler track, peak again in 2025. That's a summation. I guess.
Yeah, I have a question. You mentioned the Butler track. Are there any other tracts of land in the community owned by either the university or privately held that could potentially be developed?
Sure there are. We did not go that far in the study.
I can answer that question. So the university has a 30-year plan, and they have 4 tracts of land they're looking to develop. One is out by Route 1, which is I would actually send to West Windsor, so 3 within our sending area. They're not sure when or if they will be developing those. The Butler tract is one of about 325. There is a strip of land that the university owns from the train station to Metro North restaurant that could potentially be market housing. So there's a lot of shops there right now, but there are probably 300 potential units there. And then there's across the street, there's Springdale Golf Course is a possible location for development. So that's part of the university's 30-year plan. We did meet with the architect from Princeton University, but that's 30 years out there, but they're not sure, when they're going to develop it or if.
Yeah, I would just only, the big question isn't so much university housing, because they know what they're going to do in the next 5 years. And honestly, these demographic studies ought to be living objects. It's not like you do one and, oh, we're done. You also have to always have your thumb, if you will, on the pulse of the situation and know exactly the kind of question that you're asking. You have your feelers out to those people, and you stay abreast of development. The affordable housing requirement and the manner in which that unfolds will be your big question mark.
George, did you take into account the potential affordable housing developments in Princeton over the next few years?
I did not. That's what I said would have to be an addendum to, well, I have the the Princeton Housing Authority projects. They have some townhouses and some single family that were in the third, fourth, and fifth year of the projection. The ones that they know of were accounted for, but we're well aware of the recent court reruling, if you will. We have no idea on how that might be done. When we do, then we should take another look at it and make an amendment to what we have here.
Okay, but I would imagine that whatever that is, it's in addition to what you have
Absolutely.
projected through sort of organic
Absolutely.
growth.
Absolutely. It is a very large number, and it might be all 100% affordable housing, too. It's not going to be a 20% requirement.
Do you have a sense of the range that might be the number of units that might?
I don't want to throw it out there. I think you have a better number yourself
Okay.
here among your administrators, because it's a big number, and then they say, but we're not going to get that. It's low. The township planner won't even take a guess yet.
Right, okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? There may be questions from the public, but before we go there, does any other board members have questions? Debbie, yes. Thank you.
So you said that Riverside and Littlebrook are below capacity. Is that in terms of classrooms? I just didn't want to know what that meant.
We do two capacities. They're called Facilities Efficiency Standard, which is how the state evaluates your facilities in line with everyone else's, and it often has to do with financing, how much money you might get if you could get money for capital improvements. The other one is district practice, which is how do you really use the facilities according to your principles and that sort of thing. Both of those capacities have been documented in the report, and in fact, I get them from the architect. So whose analysis and walkthrough of each building confirms what those numbers ought to be. I don't know if that answers your question, or if you'd like to ask the architect something.
Yeah, I mean, is there a number, like, I don't know, like, could you move the kids from one school to another because we have a bigger capacity at Littlebrook?
That's
Yeah.
the board might look at something like that,
Well, I'm just
sure.
curious, when you say it's less than capacity, like
Well, I think even in
20%, 40%?
Yeah, even in the past, you've done that. This new development should go there, but we're going to send them over to here because they have capacity in that school. You do things like that.
George, maybe I could ask a clarifying question. So when you're looking at capacity, you talked about district practice and then state standard.
FES.
So the practice for many years in the Princeton Public Schools has been, our numbers have been fairly low, 16, 17, 18, 19. Are we looking at a capacity that would be higher than that? So that the school's capacity would be number of classrooms times 22, 23, 24, 25? Like, how is the capacity determined?
Yeah, the numbers you were using were students per classroom.
Correct.
Yeah, I would have to ask Scott to answer that question.
So the short answer is yes. In a number of cases, you guys currently have class sizes that are smaller than the class sizes that were evaluated for the capacity assessment.
Sure.
Because relative to capacity, we're looking for kind of the maximum number, not necessarily exactly what those class sizes are currently. And your class sizes vary. In any particular year, because of the number of kids you have in a second grade or a third grade,
Sure.
they have to be divided into classrooms. And at some point, there's a cutoff where you have lower capacity over more rooms, and that impacts how many students you have in the school.
Right.
Any questions from members of the public? And I'm not sure if you'd like to just maybe stand and see if you can project your voice, if that makes sense. If not, you're welcome to come to the microphone.
I have a two-part question. The first is, do you have the margin of error? When you said that it's plus or minus whatever on current versus 5 years versus extended, and then you show the capacity lines, could you put in an I-bar so we can see where the margin of error is relative to the lines that you have indicating capacity? And my second question is, what is the difference between the standard, what you are calling higher income multiplier versus an affordable housing multiplier in terms of number of children?
So the first part of the question was, in fact, could we put these plus or minus 1% accurate? Could we kind of put a cone, if you will, of progression as the years move on. I guess we could. In all my years, I've really only done that one time because, again, another district asked for it. But it's pretty easy just to, you look at a number and it says 500 students, and you know that 5% of that is 25 students. So if you're out in the fifth year, I don't know. I'll talk about with the district whether or not they want that. And the second part of the question was, what is the difference in the multipliers? I would just suggest that you go to the study where they're all presented therein, and you can look. There are far too many of them for me to tell you the differences between this one and that one, but they all are presented therein for you to look at. And as I said, they do come from Rutgers University, who are the masters, if you will, of this kind of information.
I understand how birth rate and new buildings figure in, but how do you account for just sort of normal market dynamics, which might be Princeton specific, which is like a lot of people I know, their kids weren't born here. They move here when their kids are school age, when they need to go to school, or anecdotally, I hear a lot of things about people moving from neighboring districts to go to the high school. So how does things like that get figured in?
So pretty much we kind of call what you're talking about in-migration and out-migration, of which there is both. There's other things that happen in districts, like people buy houses and take them down and put up 2 houses on that tract. So that doesn't get, when we look at the housing, we look at major subdivisions. We don't look at these individual 1, 2, 3. In fact, anything under 7 units, we don't bother or aggregate it in the analysis. But what one assumes, and this is the hard part for most people to understand, is that has been ongoing in the district. So when I go all the way back to what happened between 4th and 5th grade 3 years ago, that was kind of built into that number. What happened between 4th and 5th grade 4 years ago or 5 years ago, that was all going on. So unless there's a trend that is impacting it severely or significantly, then we assume that all of those other trends, such as in-migration and out-migration, things like renovations of apartment buildings, people like say, oh, more people wanted to move in because, no, believe me, they're all new and they're getting higher rents, but the same number of people are living there. So all those things are built in, and that's why, in fact, the accuracy of the projection is so good, and we only have to modify it for a few reasons. Not as a separate, so the question was asked about empty nesters, that is people who are aging in place and staying in the township, or even furthermore, now aging out of place and retiring to some other location and selling their house. So we do document that maybe resales are on the increase and that sort of thing. But again, for the most part, whatever that trend is, it's not extraordinarily different. We know that housing resales, which was going down, is now going back up. But again, we don't find it significant enough that we're going to do a separate analysis and modify the projection for them.
I have 2 questions, actually. The first is, I think you said that once you got beyond the 5-year period, the 6 to 10-year period, is that the extended period that you're
Yes.
talking about? You said that's just a projection and just to mull it over. What's the margin of error in that projection?
Well, so, yeah.
And then the second part is, does your calculation take into account the fact that the expansion of charter school has been agreed to, and if it goes into effect, 76 kids are going to be sent over that would be coming into the district, but instead would be attending the Princeton charter school? Those are 2 questions.
Right. So the first question is what happens in the 6 to 10 year? Well, now that's plus or minus 6%, or at the end of 10 years, it's plus or minus 10%. But it's really even more wobbly than that, if you will. People use them kind of to think what might be happening in the district. But for instance, the state of New Jersey in reviewing or accepting your projections won't look at anything beyond 5th years. The first 5 years are accurate enough for you to do budget or facility planning, and beyond that, they are not sufficiently accurate. And the second part of the question was, I already forgot. Oh, yes, on the charter school. I had started this thing a couple months ago, and I was not aware of it. I don't have those 76 children moving out of the district to the charter school.
I just have a question about the new housing, like the Butler and the Stanford. Because some of those will have more graduate students, do you have a different multiplier for that? Because those kids are less likely to go through to the middle school and high school because there's more turnover for that population.
I don't. I use for the, well, first of all, to answer the question in 2 parts, do we recognize, or the speaker asks if the graduate students in the Merwick-Stanton apartments or the graduate student housing have different multipliers for their type of housing than others. They don't. I use the standard. And I will say I have no idea what the mix of housing is going to be at Butler, and the university won't share that with you, but I use the same kind of mix in the Merwick-Stanton project for that. It was a what if, it was a similar mix.
If you know the population is different, is it possible that there be more younger kids than older ones?
I don't know that because you're a graduate student, you're just saying because more middle-aged people are not there. I made no adjustment for it, nor do I think it's significant enough that it would. When I do the projection, I do it on the mildly conservative for facility planning purposes, which means, for instance, as I told you, I used the 3-year birth to kindergarten, which added about 20 more students per year to the kindergarten. I'd rather be a little bit on the high side when I do this, so that the architects get it right and aren't embarrassed 10 years down the road. And I would say that a few additional students, if they were, are accommodated elsewhere in the projection.
So the data in terms of when the peaks are coming and whether or not we see sort of plateauing subsequently relies significantly, I think, on the steep decline in birth rates after 2007. And one could make a hypothesis that is somewhat driven by the economic crisis. And I'm just sort of wondering whether or not it makes sense, or whether you thought about normalizing birth rates for a more normalized economic environment.
Yeah, I have not, because this is why, and I always tend to look at the board when I do that as a little bit of a lecture. It's not a static document. We're not done with enrollment. You got to keep your fingers on the pulse of the situation. And if we get new data from Department of Health in New Jersey, and all of a sudden we do see that change, well, then that means it's time to look at enrollments again and make an additional projection. But for this point in time, this is our best guess, knowing that we need to modify it still for the affordable housing when that really is adjudicated.
So we had a big surprise this year, right? We thought we were getting 25 kids. We got 180 plus in 1 year. The 6th grade has added 17 children since January. Have you gone to look at any of that information to figure out where are these kids living, what's happening? Because 184 kids and we had 150 units come online. And I know you're saying 500 units will only kick off 136 kids. It doesn't seem right, and we're seeing the impact in the middle school and perhaps elsewhere.
Right. The district keeps kind of their tabs on how many are coming from each of the developments, as you're aware, how many units were finally occupied. And I do the same thing. I talk to the developers. They give me guesses on how many students there are, and the district will give me really how many there are at that addresses. But you are having, and there's no question about it, you are having in-migration of people at childbearing age and with students already in the school district. Why there was such a significant uptick, I don't really know. But, I showed you that birth to kindergarten projection too. And it used to be like 80% of the births would enter into kindergarten 5 years later, and now you're up over 100%, you're more like 105. Our methodology tells us we have to use an average, but you know what? That could go to 110% next year, and that's going to make us off.
Okay,
So
maybe
the answer is you do the best as you can for today, knowing that in 6 months you might have to revise your estimate.
Maybe one more question. I know you've been waiting, and then maybe we've got a big agenda still ahead of us. So,
Mine's pretty quick.
yeah.
I was unclear on the answer to Mr. Cochran's question of what is the capacity in the classroom that's the assumption? Is it 22 or 25? How do we determine the capacity? What do we consider a full classroom in these models?
On what you see in my study that's called FES, Facility Efficiency Standard, the state gives you that number, and it's normally 24 in a classroom. The DP will be a decision by the board policy, or the principal or the architect, I'm not sure, knowing that we really can't put the right number in here.
Thanks. Unless someone feels that it's really important to ask one more question, we do have still a heavy agenda ahead of us. So if it's all right, well, you can use the public comment period if you like, or if something that's...
It's a quick one.
Okay.
I just wondered what the availability of building in Cranberry is. We know what it is in Princeton, but since Cranberry sends their high school students to Princeton, any development there would affect us. So what is it?
So we talked to the planners over there and documented what is being built. Again, most of the projects, if they're going to impact those 5 years, are known projects. So even the ones that aren't approved, we were told, oh, but this looks good for approval in the next year. So we have a good handle, and those were included in the report.
Okay, thank you, George.
Thank you.
Appreciate the work. It seems to me anyway that, you can, as you say, it's a moving target, it's a living document. The trend is up. When you look into affordable housing and the university, which are two big X factors, which it's hard to put into a model, but you can't imagine that that's going to cause a reduction to enrollment. So you just see a lot of trends that will be pushing enrollment up over time, and to me that's the key takeaway. But I appreciate all your work, and we'll continue to work with you on this. If there's no more questions from the board or comments, if there are, happy to hear them. Otherwise, maybe we should move on. And to item H1, which is the harassment, intimidation, and bullying report. May I have a motion to accept the HIB report? Thank you, Justin. And a second. Thanks, Connie. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, can I have a show of hands? All in favor? And it looks like that is unanimous. Next, we move to the item I, the board committee reports. And after the students, it's a lot of you, Daphne, and maybe we should just tighten these up, given that we have still a lot of agenda ahead of us. We'll try and keep them as short as we can, but there were so many good things happening in committees this month, it's kind of hard to do, but we'll see what we can do. But first, I'd like to turn to Brian Lee and Abby Emerson, our student representatives, for their monthly report.
Hi, everyone. So recently, a Bell Committee has been assembled to explore different types of scheduling ideas that could be implemented at the high school. Thus, we decided to survey students on various scheduling adjustments to receive their feedback and ideas.
So first we asked students about what they thought if they started the school year a week or so earlier and ended a week or so earlier as well. And in a sample of over 180 participants, 52% of students thought that this would benefit them, 27% thought that it would not benefit them, and 21% were uncertain. So reasons given against the change would have been sports preseason schedules, which often begin during the summer, conflicting activities, including family vacations, internships, jobs, and increased time spent in an overheated environment as a result of starting the year earlier during the summer. And then on the reverse side of the spectrum, we noticed that 1/3 of students' explanations included that shifting the school year earlier would provide opportunities for them to learn more curriculum leading up to the APs, and this is something that has been mentioned quite often. And it's because students and teachers often feel crammed to finish all of their curriculum leading up to the tests when a lot of other school districts are starting earlier, and then that oftentimes may put our students at a disadvantage in comparison to some of the other school districts.
When we asked students about block scheduling, 44% of students felt it would benefit them, 22% were uncertain, and 34% said it would not benefit them. Block scheduling would mean having two types of days, A days and B days, where students would attend 4 of their classes on A days and the other 4 of their classes on B days. The classes would be split in the middle with 2 before break and 2 after break. The students who felt it would benefit them said that it would give them more time to complete assignments that if they did not have to attend every single class every single day. Additionally, they felt it would help them learn more efficiently by providing more study time. Students who were against block scheduling said that short class periods made their days feel more manageable, that a block schedule would be too confusing, and that they were unsure they could pay attention for an elongated period of time.
So we also asked students about staggered lunch periods and rotating schedules. So this would mean that certain students have lunch at different periods during the day. And then we would also consider rotating classes so that first period is not the same between every single day. And 60% of students felt this wouldn't benefit them, 20% were uncertain, and then 20% thought that it would benefit them. Oh, did I say a wrong number for the first part? Yeah, so 60% said that it would not benefit them. So the 20% that said it would benefit them thought that they wouldn't always be late to the same class first period or miss out on the same activities at the end of the day if they had to leave for athletics or extracurricular reasons. And then on the dissenting side, many students argued that a rotating schedule would be too confusing, and students really did not like the idea of a staggered lunch because they thought that it would be difficult to meet with clubs, meet with their teachers, and most importantly, to meet with their friends. However, they did note the benefits, including less crowded hallways and shorter lunch lines, which have become a bit of a problem at Princeton High School.
We also asked students what they thought about starting school an hour later and then also ending an hour later. And 59% felt it would benefit them, 26% had no preference, and only 13% felt it would not benefit them. The arguments for a later start time included additional sleep and the corresponding ability to focus better in class. Concerns included athletic and extracurricular conflicts, university course conflicts, and fears that it would provide no net benefit if students began to sleep later as well.
And then we also proceeded to ask students if they would like to have a block of time in their schedule to act as either a free period or as a time to meet specifically one-on-one with teachers. And an overwhelming 73% of students felt that this would be good for them. And they argued that giving students a time to meet with their teachers would mimic office hours held on a college campus and would really help communication and give them more opportunities to learn subjects and elaborate on what they're unfamiliar with. And there were, however, some students who were concerned that it would be time that could be spent taking another class. And then additionally, some students felt that a lot of people would not take this seriously and use it as a time to go to town or go to Wawa. And that's a problem that only Princeton students could have.
Later, we asked students if they supported limiting the number of APs or making all APs a double period. The response to this was, surprise, surprise, very negative. 55% of students did not support this, 21% were uncertain, and only 23% supported it. The students who did not support this said students should only take the number of APs they can handle in the first place. They felt limiting classes would be a disadvantage when applying to colleges. Some were also concerned they would no longer be able to challenge themselves with only a few APs. Students who supported the idea felt colleges would better respond to a student taking the maximum number of APs as opposed to a student taking the same number of APs in an unlimited AP environment. These students also felt it would eliminate some inter-student competition and reduce the stress in the school as a whole. Those who supported double periods felt that it would give their classes more time to learn the curriculum before the AP tests in May. But other students voiced concerns about difficulty paying attention for that long, and all APs as a double period would, in its own way, limit the number of APs a student could take every year.
And then throughout the survey, several students brought in new ideas that we also wanted to take a moment to share. Some have suggested longer lunch periods so that extracurriculars would have more time to meet during the day, and so that students could also use that time to meet with their teachers as well.
One student suggested giving athletes, especially 3-season athletes, gym 8th periods so they would miss less valuable class time when they have to leave early for games and meets. Another student suggested that PHS offer credit for AP courses that are self-studied so that students can focus on classes they struggle with instead of relearning material they already know.
And then we'd also like to take a moment to talk to the students of PHS who may or may not be watching right now. On recent surveys, some of you have voiced fears that your responses are being ignored, and we would like to assure you that that is absolutely not the case.
The unfortunate nature of statistics is that oftentimes individual voices are diminished in the masses, but that makes them no less important. As often as we can, we try to include options for students to elaborate and explain, because we know that many of you feel strongly about specific issues that carry deep personal significance. Your opinions represent a diverse spectrum of ideas that are oftentimes different from our own. Therefore, prior to attending board meetings, we each read over every single response that we receive.
And in our reports, we make an effort to present the opinions of the majority of our classmates through survey data, while simultaneously representing other groups through meaningful testimonials. And we feel that this combination permits us to best approach the diversity of our student body in a way that is equitable and inclusive.
Of course, we understand your frustrations when individual concerns cannot be immediately addressed. In an effort to strengthen communication, we will be planning time for students to come discuss their ideas, questions, and concerns, so we can not only hear them, but also respond to them and work with them directly to achieve their visions for our school district.
Oftentimes, we simply make the argument of a disconnect between students and administrators, but the reality is that often between students, we often lack dialogue as well. When you're sitting in a class, the student who's 2 seats behind you could easily live in a world entirely different from your own. Thus, to our classmates, we would like to extend a challenge to get to know those around you with whom you might not normally interact. As we continue to learn more about you, our fellow classmates, we hope you will remain equally as open-minded.
Therefore, to those students who fear you are being ignored, we urge you to come and talk to us. Perhaps it is not always easy to believe, but you are being heard. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian and Abby. One of the things that we've worked on in order to achieve institutional change, sometimes what the institution needs is data. And someone mentioned earlier tonight how important personal stories are, which is true, but personal stories tend to somehow, end up being just personal stories. And collecting the right data is so important in order to start moving towards change. And so you're seeing a lot of that with the tutoring survey that Mr. Cochran mentioned earlier today, with the student health survey that I think Daphne Kendall's going to talk about in a minute, which had some really sort of data that makes you stand up and take notice. And I encourage the parents in the room who are worried about the health and well-being, or maybe not worried about the health and well-being of their students, to come next month to hear that in more depth. But the data that you two have helped us collect and provide is really helpful in terms of moving the needle. I also, there was a gentleman earlier who talked about the achievement gap. One of the things we're going to be working on is collecting data around that, so that we have a set of shared assumptions that we know what we're talking about when we say the achievement gap. What is it exactly? Is it homework? Is it grades? Is it standardized testing? Is it what? And so getting that right data is so important to have an informed discussion among all of us. So again, I just commend you for all the work you've done over this year to collect so much great data. And with that, I would turn it over to our board committee reports. The first is facilities with Daphne Kendall.
Hi, good evening. So facilities met last night at Valley Road and at 7:15 p.m. and we were there for about 3 hours. We discussed the demographic report and a selection of an architect. On tonight's agenda, we will appoint Spiesel as architect for the next steps of referendum planning. We also discussed holistic plans for the district to accommodate the projected growth of the student population. The committee heard again from the Bill Committee from Riverside Elementary School, and there was a committee formed with parents and teachers and community members to honor the legacy of Bill Cirillo, who was the principal there, who passed away last year. The committee has been meeting with the Bill Committee because they would like to name the building after Bill Cirillo. After hearing them for a second time, we decided we'll bring this issue to the full board for discussion, though probably not tonight. And also, the Bill Committee informed us that Mr. Cirillo made a bequest to Riverside in his will, and the committee is deciding how best to use that money. Our discussions will continue, and the committee welcomes public input on this issue of naming the building. We also discussed radon testing. Everything is fine. We will do some precautionary testing in the fall. And finally, we discussed the maintenance of the turf field, specifically snow removal. The lacrosse booster clubs have generously offered to purchase a snow removal device for the fields, and the Director of Facilities will be reviewing this and implementing a maintenance plan by the fall, and we'll discuss whether or not we can accept that device. And the next facilities meeting is April 23rd at 7:15 at Valley Road.
Thank you. Next, Justin Duran, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Great, thanks, Pat. The Finance Committee met last night at 6 p.m. at the Valley Road School. Present were Steve, Stephanie, myself, Greg, Connie, and Bill. We discussed the March bills. We discussed 2017-2018 budget options, approximately 4 that Stephanie brought before us, which we were able to sort of narrow down to 2 options to present to the full board. We discussed potential referendum. The next meeting of the Finance Committee will be April 24th at 6 p.m. at the Valley Road Building. Come and join us.
Thanks, and I'll just point out we will talk about some of those options when Ms. Kennedy's finance report. Next, Connie Witter, Chair of Personnel.
The Personnel Committee met on March 20th at 8:45 until 11. Minutes of February 21st were reviewed and approved. The committee reviewed a draft of 2 job descriptions: Supervisor of Staff Development and Assessment and Coordinator of Equity and Outreach. The Supervisor of Staff Development and Assessment was discussed. This is a budget-neutral position. The Coordinator of Equity and Outreach position is tabled at the present time, given to budgetary concerns. The committee discussed the process to be used on April 24th meeting of reappointments and tenure candidates. First, Walnut Lane Film Festival will be held Sunday, March 7th from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. May 7th. Okay, sorry. From 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at the Princeton Garden Theater. Festival will be of short films from students at JW and PHS. Deadline for students to submit their films are April 18th. The festival is sponsored by the Princeton Education Foundation. The university has agreed to fly a banner over Washington Road during the first week of May, advertising the festival. Committee reviewed March's leaves of absence. The committee discussed additional requirements, making sure students who go to Princeton Public Schools and Princeton Charter Schools are properly domiciled, and parents and guardians are residents of Princeton. Next meeting, Monday, April 24th, 8:45 Valley Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. And next, policy with Chair Daphne Kendall.
Hi, so policy met on March 13th and 21st. We have a lot of policies, and in the interest of time, I'm going to go over them. I think the public can access these policies. Stephanie?
They're on the agenda, item K tonight.
They're attached to the agenda, but how does the public access? They can access it online. Okay, great. So I'm just going to go over the highlights. We discussed policy 5600, pupil discipline code of conduct. The committee discussed current practice. Mr. Cochran indicated that Princeton High School provides an extensive list of procedures that implement policy 5530, substance abuse. These procedures deal with situations of drinking or substance abuse during the day or at school-sponsored events, either on or off school property. The committee will discuss how these policies are being implemented and shared, and or whether current policies should be extended to cover situations which may happen outside of school or school-sponsored events. And the committee will discuss these issues further at the April policy meeting. We also, for new business at the March 13th meeting, We discussed allowing special education students to receive their schedules a few days before school starts, as well as access to the buildings to find their classrooms and meet their teachers. This goes to the stress that Brian and Abby have been talking about. This would go a long way, I think, to reducing some stress at the high school and also the middle school. Mrs. Crucifelli, the Director of Special Services, agreed it would be beneficial for special education students to receive their schedules in advance of the school year, and the committee will continue to discuss how this can be achieved. The committee expressed its desire to have this practice in place by the beginning of 2017-18 school year. The committee discussed procedures for supporting undocumented families in the event of deportation. And now the March 21st meeting, the committee discussed policy 8330, student records, and policy 5111, eligibility of resident, non-resident pupils. The committee discussed the revision of these policies, leading to the development of a process in conjunction with the Personnel Committee, by which the residency of students could be regularly validated. The committee will return to this topic in April after gathering related information from nearby communities and NJSBA. The next policy committee is scheduled for Monday, April 3rd at 1 p.m. The public is invited to attend.
Thank you. And now you get to keep going
Yeah.
as reporting out for Student Achievement Committee.
So I'm reporting for Betsy Baglio, who I guess she can't see us at home, but she's sick with the flu, and so I'm going to read these for her. The Student Achievement Committee also met twice in March, once on March 8th and once on March 24th. And just briefly, not going over the field trips and everything else that we discussed, at the March 24th meeting last Friday, PHS Principal Gary Snyder and Assistant Principal Jessica Baxter attended the Student Achievement Committee to present the preliminary work of the Bell Schedule Committee. The committee, consisting of high school staff members, students, and parents, is focusing not on the Bell Schedule, but on a change in curriculum and thinking. The changes in the Bell Schedule will follow. The committee is looking forward to hearing another update on this work at our June meeting, and we are eager to see thoughtful changes implemented this fall and beyond. With students and their needs in mind, the presentation was also set in context with preliminary results from the high school student engagement survey. Ms. Baxter and Mr. Snyder presented some of the data to the committee and shared how responses of the PHS students compare to those of similar schools. PHS staff reviewed the survey data at the Professional Development Day in February, and the survey data will be presented to parents later this spring, and it will be discussed at our April board meeting. As a reminder, student achievement meetings are open to the public. We will meet twice in April, on April 7th and 21st. Both meetings will take place at Valley Road at 11 a.m.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kendall. So with that, we can move on to our second public comment session, item J. And this is a comment session for matters that are on the agenda tonight, and that includes the budget, which we're yet to talk about, but we will be. And you've seen, if you've been following along, about the issues that we're facing in terms of increases in taxes for as I said earlier, for the short term, as well as the other issues we talked about tonight. So the microphone is open. Again, I would ask that you limit your comments to, let's just say, a few minutes, given that we may have a lot of people who would like to speak tonight. Number two, that we all recognize that this is a comment period for members of the public to make their views known. It is not a time to cross-examine individual board members or the board as a whole. And number three, that we remain civil, as we always do in Princeton, because we are all part of the same community. And with that, I'll open the microphone, and I just ask you that you identify yourself and where you live.
Thank you for the work that you're doing to create this budget, and I especially want to thank Stephanie and Steve, because I know how much work goes into creating a budget. I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on the decisions that this board makes. And I have to say, as a taxpayer, you may all remember, that's my new label, I'm not thrilled to see my taxes go up, but I understand the needs of the district, and I welcome the fact that we live in a community with a thriving school system and that many people choose to live here for the schools. I think about the year and a half that we spent with the PREA working to get a fiscally sustainable contract with our teachers. And I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. And I'm disheartened that after extensive efforts to be inclusive as possible, coming up with a comprehensive and forward-thinking strategic plan, that the wants of a few are endangering the funding of that plan. As a community, we need to think about what's best for all of our kids, no matter which of our schools they attend. All of our schools should reflect our town's diversity, and if the measures that the charter school is taking, including weighing their lottery, result in that school becoming more diverse, that would be a great result. But they could take those measures without this expansion. This is an irreversible and incredibly expensive experiment. I want to express my support that this board continue with their appeal of the expansion of the charter school, and I support you taking whatever legal measures you need to take to prevent this expansion. Thank you again for the opportunity to give my input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Liz Winslow. I live on Dodds Lane. As many of you know, I'm a pretty staunch supporter of PCS. And while I'm going to tell you a personal story, it does morph into more holistic data. So any parent who has disabled children has probably heard the parable of how you're getting on the plane to go to Italy, and all of a sudden you realize you're diverted and you land in Holland. And I have 3 children, and once we got to Italy and twice we got to Holland. So my disabled sons are Tristan, who is 10, and Aaron, who is 4. I'm not anti-PPS. Aaron, my 4-year-old, is actually in the pre-K handicapped classroom at Riverside, and we couldn't be happier with the treatment and education he's getting there. He's doing fabulously. Tristan was a different story, though, when he was at Littlebrook. Starting at age 5, he spent a lot of time at the principal's office. By the end of 1st grade, he at this point was weakening physically. He's now being seen at CHOP for additional problems. And he had pretty much zero self-concept, and he felt regarded as the bad kid. He was also being bullied. When he came home at age 5, the weekend before Thanksgiving, and needed stitches in his face, nothing happened at Littlebrook. When I picked him up at age 6 and found him being held down by 4 kids who were stealing at his shoes, nothing happened at Littlebrook. Age 5, age 6, age 7, age 8, endless bullying, endless class problems, endless trips to the principal. And during this time, he was experiencing echolalia, lack of eye contact, grunting, tics, and admittedly a lot of behavioral challenges. So by the end of 2nd grade, we knew that Tristan would be leaving Littlebrook and that we would try charter, and if charter didn't work, we would have to move because clearly Littlebrook was not working for him. And his 2nd grade teacher, who's a very lovely person at that point, said to us, "I don't know how your son will continue in Littlebrook without a full-time para." And we were completely taken aback. We'd never had a child study team mentioned to us. We didn't know how to start this process, and here we go, going to a new school. So as soon as we could, we took this bad kid to a new psychiatrist and a great psychologist and a MacArthur Fellow in neuropsych. Every single one of those people said, "This child has autism, and how is it that this school did not catch that given the symptoms of the echolalia, the grunting, the tics, the repetitive behaviors, so on and so forth." There's plenty of blame to go around, from his preschool to the original psychiatrist we took him to when he was 5, to us being first-time parents and missing signs that we would see now if we knew better. But at the end of the day, this is one of the best school districts in the nation. I think we all agree on that. And to miss autism, and this is not just a little bit of funny Asperger's, this is level 1, borderline level 2, that's outright failure, and that needs to be addressed. And during Tristan's first month at PCS, he didn't want to interact with teachers. because he had gotten used to being punished and sent to the principal's office so much. But after a few weeks of some kind words and the right therapies, he started to bloom. He made friends, the bullying is over, PCS went out of its way to foster friendships between him and other children. And I'm not saying that Little Brook at time didn't try, but the toolbox was just not there that Tristan needed. I'd also like to note that it's worth mentioning 80% of the school tax increase has nothing whatsoever to do with the expansion of the charter school. 20% does. And if Stephanie Kennedy could correct me if I'm wrong, I think right now the average per household's tax increase is supposed to be about $231. So 20% of that is $47. So for other kids who have fallen through the cracks, like Tristan, even by best intentions, you're talking about the cost of a couple of pizzas per household to let them try out charter. Further to that, when 20% of all kindergartners apply to PCS, to say nothing of the kids who have the financial means to go to private school, that should cause a lot of introspection and self-reflection at PPS. Instead, unsubstantiated allegations are flying that PCS is racist and segregationist and guilty of vandalism and elitist. It's none of those things. It's filling a need that PPS does not for a substantial portion of its students. When people get upset about paying the cost of 2 pizzas to give more kids the chance mine had because their own kids don't use PCS, I'm not complaining that my tax dollars go to Little Brook, which my son no longer uses. We're all part of the same educational ecosystem, and different kids need different things. So again, I am not anti-PPS. I am pro what works for my child. And if you want to make PCS a memory, find out why kids leave PPS and fix those problems. In the interim, it's a tyranny of the majority to demonize parents and children who are seeking school success for their kids when their zoned options failed them. Work with them, not against them, until such a point that there is no demand for PCS. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julie Zimmerman. I live on Cedar Lane in the Riverside neighborhood. I've got an 8th grader and an 11th grader. They both went through Riverside from K. I love Riverside. I love our neighborhood schools. I think there's such a special aspect of our community. I still love watching the kids walk along the sidewalk to Riverside in front of my house. I still get a thrill from that, even though that's not me anymore. I don't actually miss it, but I like watching them do it. So I was upset that the wishes of the entire community were ignored by the state, and charter was granted its expansion. That's upsetting to me. I think it's not right. So I am encouraging, similar to what Molly said, I didn't know Molly was going to say it, encouraging the board to keep up with the litigation since we don't have a voice in Trenton, even though we all sent tons of letters to Trenton. They don't hear our voice, so I would encourage us to keep up whatever legislation we have in order to let that be our voice, use whatever measures we have. And even, I think I read somewhere that charter's interested in perhaps negotiating that away for delayed enrollment. Echoing what Pat said, I feel like we should take a longer view. We shouldn't agree to that because ultimately they'll get full enrollment, and we should do whatever we can to not have full enrollment. And then lastly, I just wanted to bring this to the board's attention, I guess. I got forwarded from somewhere else an email. Charter's doing a lot of outreach to, I guess, the Latino community, which is good. That's what they wanted to do, is boost enrollment there, and we support that. But this enrollment letter, which is in Spanish, so I didn't go to Princeton Public Schools, so my Spanish is okay, but I believe it says that if you're Latino, you get double weighted, which I didn't think was part of the agreement. I think it's supposed to be economically triggered based on I'm not sure what criteria. So I thought that was a little fishy. They're just, the fishy things get me upset. So that's it. Thank you.
My name is, hello? Are we on? So my name is Jody Bauer. I'm from Princeton, and I was actually one of the folks that were over on the John Street area talking to people about coming over to the charter school. And I can tell you that the document you have doesn't give weight to, the document that you have is translated in English on the Princeton Charter School website. So if you want to see what it actually says, it's been translated. I suggest that you go onto the Princeton Charter School website and you can read exactly what it says in English. There's a translation there, so take a look. I doubt it very much. So a couple things that I wanted to say in response to Molly Cryan's statement, and I think in support of what Liz had said. You know, Molly talks about the wants of a few endangering the many. And I don't think that that's what this is when you talk about the Princeton Charter School expansion. Princeton Charter School accounts for 1% of the PPS budget. I don't think that's the tyranny of the minority over the majority. I think Liz talked about 20% increase in the current $4 million budget that's being proposed, which comes out to $47 per household. I don't think that that's the wants of a few over the many. What troubles me about this whole thing is that the costs that people are complaining about in terms of this budget that's being proposed, it's a $4 million increase, isn't because of the $800,000 that it's going to cost to send kids over to Princeton Charter School. It's largely because of costs that were agreed to between PPS and the teachers for increases in salaries, increases in health care. I don't begrudge the teachers of that money. I don't begrudge PPS for making that deal. But at the end of the day, those were amounts that were agreed to, well over $1 million. I think it was $2 million, which is a large part of that $4 million, that was agreed to well before the expansion was even proposed. On top of that, there was an increase in the population that was coming and came long before, it was on the cusp, as explained by the person who was here who did the demographic study. And he explained that when the council agreed to issue permits to allow all of this housing development in town, at that point, there should have been an expectation on the part of this board and on the part of the council that these children would be flooding into the schools in this town. That is not the cause of the Princeton Charter School expansion, and that was happening long before that expansion was even proposed. I think it's wonderful. I heard some really great things tonight from the board about what the board is doing. I really thought it was great, and congratulate the board to considering the fact that they could go and look at other resources in town to make up for some of the money that the kids, all the kids in this district need to have a good high school and a good system. I think that's fabulous. I thought it was incredible, and I think that we should try to bring to Princeton Charter School the free laptops for kids who need them and the free Wi-Fi. I think that's a wonderful endeavor. I thought the young women that were here that were talking about the Choose Foundation was great, and I'm really proud of the fact that Princeton Public Schools supports those types of endeavors. What troubles me the most about this whole situation with the budget that's coming out right now is we have a proposed $4 million increase in the school budget in this town. And of course, the kids in this town, whether they're at Princeton Charter School or PPS, in the elementary schools, the JW, the high school, we all deserve to have a good and excellent public education system here. So I don't begrudge the school district for proposing a budget that they think that they need. But I have questions. I have very, very, I have questions about what's in that budget. I have questions about why it is that when you compare us to other high-performing districts that are similar to ours, it costs $24,000 a child to educate a child in Princeton, and those other districts cost a lot less money to educate their children with similar demographics. I have questions about what fat still might remain in our budget that we can shave, and whether or not we've really looked at each and every item. And I see Bill Hare there, and I presume he has, but there are very broad categories in the budget that I've seen that I really don't know what they include. And I have some questions about that. What troubles me the most is, on top of the 4% school budget increase, we have a 3% tax increase that's also being proposed by the town. And now we have a $50 million construction project, where they're going to purchase a college campus for the children in this town. And when I look at the numbers, especially in the high school, and I presume based on the numbers that those buildings are going to be used mostly for the high school kids, we're about 500 kids over capacity, and we're going to go to about 6 according to the demographer and the report. And 300 or so, or maybe more, of those kids are going to come from Cranberry. And what I don't understand is, if we start to really look hard at that Cranberry number and the $50 million that we're going to be spending and financing over the next 20 or 30 years, why in the world we wouldn't actually consider canceling that Cranberry contract, which we need to do now. I think that's fiscally irresponsible. I didn't hear anything from the board about that. I hope I do. We haven't really spoken about that, but I would love to hear, when we're talking about the cost of that project, what we're going to be using that property and those buildings for, and whether or not we should be thinking about canceling that Cranberry contract. Because if it's really for the high school, and I presume that it is based on the reports, well, that's 300 kids we can shave off of those numbers to get us between the two capacity numbers that are on the report that we have now, of which we're going to be going over according to the demographer.
Sorry, I'd just like to ask if you can finish up, just
Sure.
because the time's getting.
That's the main part of my question. I'd really like you to address that.
Okay, thanks. Well,
Thank
stick
you very
around
much.
for the budget part. We'll talk about that. then.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Actually, I would like to take a moment to talk about Cranberry, because this is an issue that we need to put out there, that it should not be dividing our community in any way, and there needs to be understanding around this. As the superintendent, I am firmly committed to our relationship with the Cranberry School District. They've been sending students to us for 23 years. We have a long personal history. We have a long academic history with them, where they're contributing academically, athletically, artistically to our school district. And we have a very, very important financial relationship with the Cranberry schools that would devastate us if it were ended in any way. So there needs to be clarity on this. The Cranberry schools, the 280 students who come to us from Cranberry, they pay tuition on each of those students. We get about $5 million a year as part of our operating budget for the students from Cranberry. We could not function as a district without that money. If we're talking about expanding the high school, any facilities expansion is not part of an operating budget. That's something that we bond for. That's 20, 30-year bonds. We're paying interest on that over a long period of time. We're struggling right now to balance a budget with $826,000 going to the 54 students for the charter school. For us to lose $5 million from our operating budget would be devastating. The public needs to understand that there is a huge difference between how we function with an operating budget of about $93 million and how we would function if we were bonding, going out for a facilities referendum and financing that over 20 or 30 years. I welcome other board members to speak on this issue, but I think it's important that we understand that Cranberry has an important contributor financially, academically, in lots of ways, that we don't have the ability to sever that relationship, even if it were something that the board wanted to do, that it's up to the state and the county to make those determinations, that it would take years for that to happen. If in fact there was another district that was able to take those students, that's a decision that the county and the state make. So it's not something that's easily done. It's not something that is in the fiscal interest of the district. It's not something that's in the social academic interest of the district, and it's not something that this board is considering.
I'm sorry, but I wish you would really put that out in the paper, because I think this whole community needs to understand that, and especially those that keep throwing it up about charter school is this, and we should get rid of Cranberry and get rid of those kids and that contract. It's not as simple. I'm getting line. We all want to talk about this.
Well, can I jump in for one second? One of the most interesting things I've seen on the board in my short time here is, we've seen a lot of numbers about costs at different schools and all that. And what was interesting to me was seeing that the state actually calculates some of these numbers, and the number that Cranberry pays us is calculated by the state. So it's I guess it's as good a number and as accurate a number as you can get for what it costs, and they pay that. So, I mean, it seems to me that they're paying their fair share. We talked a little bit, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about stuff we talked about in the closed session, but we were talking about different ways.
No.
I'll try not to say anything that you shouldn't know then. Well,
I don't see why in the world we would go $50 million into debt for $5 million a year. At some point, the madness has to stop.
Sorry, I'd just like to ask that. I'd just like to ask that we keep our conversation civil and that we follow the rules, which is we're allowing people a few moments to get up to the microphone and speak. So if I can just ask the audience not to blurt out things that might be in response to somebody else, but keep an orderly process.
And I'm only jumping, my apologies, Martha Friend, and I just had to say a rebuttal. I didn't realize the line was going to get so long. So my name is Martha Friend. I'm a Princeton teacher at Little Brook. I am not a resident. I live in Lawrence, but I went through the public school system myself. And Liz, I just have to say, for all the disparaging of Little Brook, so you didn't say things that were true. And so Tristan was not in my class. This is not about him. But excuse me. No, excuse me. The why. So your comment that he came home and had needed stitches, I'm going to speak about one thing. You made it sound like he came home from school, the school day, and he needed stitches, which sounds awful that we ignored it. You told me to my face that happened after school.
Liz, let her talk.
After school program, Liz. It was an after school program, and it feels like I needed to say that. That's what I needed to say.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
This is a forum to talk about all the students in the Princeton public schools.
And now it's other people's turns, and I agree. We have to keep this civil. I had a conversation earlier this evening with another person, and I just want to express, first of all, I'm Paula Jackalou. I teach at the high school, and I'm a proud parent of 2 students that came through the school. And some of the conversation that I hear tonight is deeply troubling. A quick bit of background. I feel just like a Cranberry student right now. I went to the Somerville Public Schools, and I came from a sending district called Branchburg. And I can remember walking down the hallway and having people make comments about smelling a farm and all of the bullying that went along with coming from another place and not feeling like I belonged there because I wasn't from Somerville. I find this deeply insulting, and I find it so ironic that people who are holding others accountable for bullying are the very same people that are saying, let's throw Cranberry students out. I can't believe this. As far as any of the figures that have been quoted tonight, people need to do their homework. This district presented a very informative PowerPoint, which I'm sure you could call up online, concerning the impact of the charter school on the Princeton public schools. And I would encourage anybody that's listened to the comments here tonight to listen
and look at that PowerPoint. Go back and do your own homework, because I think, what did they say? Liars can figure and figures can lie. I'm sorry, I'm hearing a lot of distortion of the facts here tonight. And I have to agree that as a parent, I had to pay to bring my children here as a faculty member. And it was way more than 2 pizzas. And I will tell you, I would pay 500 pizzas for the education that both of my children got. They became different people coming here, tolerant of other people's opinions, willing to listen. They became so much better because they came here. One of my children was bullied at the middle school. We brought it to their attention. It was addressed so quickly. And that was way before all of the regulations came in. A totally different experience to where they would have gone in Hunterdon. Speaking of Hunterdon, I was at a meeting the other night, and some people came up to me and said, "You work down in Mercer at Princeton. Can you tell us why they need a charter school in all places?" I could not answer why we needed a charter school. I clearly feel like I'm on Mars right now. People are moving here because they want the Princeton education. As far as I know, they're not moving here so that they could go to the Princeton charter school. They're not doing that. The second thing was, a statement was made that people here should have done their homework and saw that the demographics were changing and that the population was increasing. You should have planned for this. You clearly have not been to board meetings, because I've heard them saying, we're having this population that's increasing. What are we going to do? We're being held to a 2% cap. As far as the increases that were given to the teachers, do not hold this board, do not hold these teachers responsible for this. If you'd like to, you can do your homework as I have and find out how much the profits have increased for Aetna, for Blue Cross Blue Shield. Find out why they're raising our premiums through the roof and making absolute profits that are so astronomical. Find that out, and please do your homework before you point the finger at people who are doing their work. As far as fat goes, by all means, look at the state and look at the federal government, because I can't imagine looking at a school district and asking them to cut fat. This is New Jersey. We've experienced just an unbelievable amount of cutting from the state as far as funding goes. Teachers are reaching deeper into their pockets to pay for our benefits. Our pension hasn't been fully funded. It looks like finally it's starting to be. But these are all issues that I think that people here have to do their homework and stop playing the blame game and making other students feel unwelcome and uncomfortable. I would be deeply, deeply hurt if I was from Cranberry tonight and I heard people talking like this, just turning them into numbers and liabilities. I just think it's just totally antithetical to what Princeton is all about, and I hope that people will stop and see that we're all in this together. And I can't imagine a Princeton without a Cranberry. And if you were living in Cranberry, I don't think that you would ever bring up, gee, let's do away with our contract with Princeton. Thank you for hearing my comment.
And just before you start, I do want to be mindful of everyone's thoughts. It's, it's good to have these public forums. I'm thankful that people came out tonight, and I do want you to be able to say what you want to say. However, it's already 10:30. We still have time to go. I don't want to cut you off or feel that any of you. But if you can just sort of be mindful, too, of tightening up your remarks if you can, we'd all appreciate it. So
My
thank
thoughts
you.
aren't
Yeah.
too long, I promise.
Okay.
I'm Lisa Jack now for Ann Road, and I have 2 boys that go to Johnson Park. I hate the divisiveness that the charter expansion issue has brought to our town, and there's nothing I'd love more than to see it be done. That being said, I urge you, as some people did before, to not settle. Because you're all sitting here because we as voters and taxpayers of Princeton elected you to make decisions with our money on our behalf. And that's my problem. I don't begrudge people who chose to send their children to charter because it exists here and they have that choice. My problem is with the way it's funded. That if you're going to take my money, I should have say in how my money's spent. And if you settle and you do away with these lawsuits, then you say, it's okay to secretly make decisions of how our money should be spent, and it's okay for the state and federal levels of people that decide how charters are run to allow them to be run this way. We need to continue with these lawsuits to speak up and continue a voice of saying, we need a say in how our money is spent. Thank you.
I'm not going to talk about the charter school. First, I have a procedural question. Will there be a presentation on the budget tonight?
Yes. Yes, after this.
Right after this.
Not right after this. One other thing, and then.
Maybe
and
you
then
could
budget,
change the agenda because it's like way past Game of Thrones time. Yeah. So, Amy Meehan Ritter, Littlebrook parent. I was happy to see that you have an ad hoc committee looking at additional sources of revenue. I am supportive of working with Princeton University and the Institute for Advanced Studies in having them contribute to the services our school district is providing. I also, I'm new here. My kids are in elementary school. I have no opinion on Cranberry children, but I do think that we should be able to discuss issues without getting angry. And I think when I think about the demographers report, we have a short-term uptick in elementary school, which I'm sure can be dealt with, but a long-term uptick in the high school. And I wonder if you don't think it's a good idea to sever the relationship with Cranberry, what are you considering to solve this problem? And I also think about my high school, which was very large growing up, and I thought it was too large because there wasn't that individual attention. At Littlebrook, everyone knows my kids' names, and I like that. So when I think about the high school, I think about wanting them to go to a place which is large enough to have diversity and options, but also that teachers know their names. So I just ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Charlotte O'Connell, I live on Patton Avenue. I'm trying to understand the budget. I'm looking at last year's that was on the website, you know, the easy budget. I see that the total enrollment then was expected to be 3884. No half children, I noticed, which is good. But then these other numbers, I'm not sure I understand what's all included in there. Is that all of the kids, including charter? 3,884? And then the other numbers that I see that I can't bring together are, we send, it looks like 49 kids out, right, and we bring in 322. So where do if Cranberry's 280, what are the 322?
Staff children, yeah.
Staff members, okay. And so 42 staff member kids who are here, like about that?
I think it's probably closer to 80.
They're more than that, 80? Okay, so then the question I have is, the budget that you're going to go over is the one that's on the website, and that's pretty basic. Are you going to go deeper into the budget, like the
Yes.
questions that I might have?
There's a handout, I believe, right? And we'll be going over some options. I mean, it won't be the deep, deep level line item type budget, but you'll get a sense of where we're heading in terms of.
Okay, then I'll ask these
some
other
things to
two questions.
consider.
I wasn't going to ask them, but now I will. We take in total tuition of $5 million, 144 for those 322 kids? That's what this says?
yeah.
Okay, so for those 322 kids. And we have $3 million going out and a little more, looks like tuition somewhere else. $3,200,000 for instruction tuition going out. Is that those 49 kids? I'm just trying to figure out numbers.
That would be special education placement.
So 65,000 per kid. That's what that is?
It's very expensive.
Okay, it's very expensive, that's right. And I'm not, anybody who has special ed kids, I'm not opposed to that, but the question might be, why don't we bring it into the district rather than sending them out?
And we strive to do that as often as we can.
Okay, all right, I'm just pointing out the things. And so when I do the numbers on these, it looks like I don't understand what the tuition is. If somebody could tell me what the Cranberry kids pay, that's not in here, I can't discern that. Per kid, what we're getting per
That's
Cranberry.
determined by the state each year. It's in the range of 17,000. I don't have the exact number.
Okay, and like another person said, we're paying $24,000 per kid, and the charter kids only take 90% per kid. I just think we need to look at the budget like how much are we paying per kid? And I really appreciate the work you guys do too. It's hard to get a budget. I will be opposed to anything that's above 2%. I spend a month of my salary. I have a great job, but I spend a month of my salary on my property taxes. And I'll tell you, if you want Princeton to be, we want Princeton to be diverse, you're kicking all of the retirees out. People can't retire in this town if you're spending a month of your salary. And then the teacher who was talking about health care, if I were to retire right now, I still have a kid at home. My health care would cost $50,000. Who can live in New Jersey? I mean, it's ridiculous. And I don't begrudge anybody their pay, except that I do have a question when a kid in the military who's starting out gets $36,000 a year and 30 days of vacation, and a teacher at Princeton gets $54,000 a year, and I'm not going to say how many days they work because I know they work year-round. It's the same deal. But that's a big difference. A kid who's going in the Army and gets $36,000, and a teacher first year out of college comes to Princeton for $54,000. I'm not saying change this contract, but I'm thinking it's something that can be looked at in the future. And Cranberries goes out in 2020, and we need to look at that. We need to look at that. I agree with the person who said the $5 million is a lot different than another bond issue. You weren't here, Steve, when we went through that before. And it's kicking our butt. Anyway, it's, I love Princeton schools. It didn't work for our kids, but, it's a great school district, but it's got to be affordable, or you're only going to have young people.
Hi, I'm Susan Sugarman. I have 2 kids in the public schools. I just want to address the charter matter briefly. As I understand the charter movement, it was designed to allow for a little bit of pedagogical experimentation to try to improve on the methods that were being used in the schools on a smaller scale, and then maybe to export that to the schools. I think it also, in its initial inception, had something to do with serving the underprivileged. That evidently wasn't the case here. In any case, I think by most measures, our charter experiment was a success. I went on the charter site and I read the mandate, which was, in my words, to push children to their highest possible potential, to subject them to a very demanding code of conduct. If you look at the numbers, the test scores coming out of there, very successful. What I don't understand, and I think this echoes Mrs. Jackalou's comments to some extent, is why we still have it, the charter school. The experiment worked. I thought the idea was that after it worked, you then take what you learned and you feed it back into the larger district. I mean, it's very nice to have the experiment to send your children to, but it's not an opportunity that's available to everyone, whether it's chosen by lottery, chosen by privilege, whether there are 72 or 87 students more or 87 students left. Not everybody can have that opportunity at this point. So I don't understand why we have that rather than the folding of that back into the district and the reaping of the lessons learned and incorporation of them into the public schools. Thank you.
Just one comment. We actually have suggested that the charter school come together under one budget, and that we work together and work on the best pedagogical approaches. They've declined to discuss that, but we're still open to discussing that. And just one other thing, Ms. Winslow, I think we're going to give everyone one bite at the apple tonight, not two. So, we'd like to have
I am waiting my turn in line to rebut something Martha said, and she somehow got to jump, but that doesn't seem quite.
No, I'm sorry. We can't have a back and forth. You can, if you want to rebut something Martha said, you can do it outside in the hall. but no, just please one time only. We'd appreciate that.
Hi, my name's Lori Roth. I have 2 children in the high school, and I do have 2 children at the charter school. And I hear people say they hate the divisiveness, but they still want things like lawsuits to continue. I would like to state that I support dropping any lawsuits and letting the expansion go forth. I don't think there's a good, it's been approved, and all of this fighting, I don't know what the cost will be. I didn't see that in the budget. If there is, what the cost of a lawsuit will be and how long that will take. I think that's not good use of our money. I also think it's not good for the community, for the students, that, we are neighbors, we are friends, and I don't think this is, continuing this fighting is not what I think is very good. I don't think that's a value, and I really would like to know what the cost is in terms of dollars, too. I do understand budgeting is difficult, but I've been through previous charter expansions, like in 2008, 2009, where there was a budget increase of only 3.32%, which included an increase of $1.9 million more that went to the charter school tuition. And after the fear this year of cutting teachers, that 2008, 2009 budget reduced the number of non-instructional support staff through attrition, but it increased the number of teachers. There was an increase of, I don't know how, 2.45 faculty members at the high school across core classes to reduce the class size in these classes. And this information is on the public school website. It seems to me that there are more creative ways to make a budget that handles some of these things in a way that can help us move forward as a community. I'd also like to address the comment about the charter school just folding, and that some of the things, when the charter school formed 20 years ago, and there was a curriculum, and the curriculum for each class, that wasn't true for the public schools. You went and you went to the kindergarten orientation, and the principal would say, no, trust the teachers. They know what they're doing, and it's like, well, do they learn how to count by the end of the year? And it's like, well, it'll all work out, don't worry. And now it's very different. It's much more, when I look at the curriculum for the elementary schools, it's similar to what the charter school has. So I think some of the lessons from the charter school have come to the public schools. And there are probably other lessons too. I think that's it. I mean, in terms of people being elected, we don't decide the minutia of different places where money goes in set amounts. We don't decide whether we want a new expansion of the library. That money is allocated to the library and our council members, and it gets divided. Like having people on the charter school board, I don't think really makes sense to be in that way. I'd just like to wrap up with one not quite budget thing, but it was mentioned about the video. And I was disappointed in not being able to see the video from the previous budget meeting, because it was a special meeting, it wasn't recorded. And I would just like to say that I really support that you have them live. I do often watch them from home, and that I think they should all be videotaped, even if they're special meetings. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ethan Shartman, Dodds Lane. I just have a quick comment that I know that it occasionally gets floated that the charter should be reincorporated back into the Princeton public school system. I just want to point out that relative to the communities around us, the charter school teachers are paid comparably, but relative to the Princeton public school teachers, they're grossly underpaid. So I'm really skeptical that there would be a significant budget savings, for example, in bringing the charter school back into the public school system.
Thank you. Well, unless anyone has any other further comments, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. I appreciate everyone's comments tonight. We all do. You know, I have a tremendous amount of respect for number one, this board, and for the administration, including Ms. Kennedy, Mr. Cochran, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for this community. These are issues that are legal in nature, and they're somewhat ethical in their approaches. We work through these things together. We respect one another. We'll find a way through whatever the problems are. I trust all of us in this room and in this community to do the right thing, and we will. So I appreciate your thoughts. I agree with some of the people out there. There's no thought that's, you know, shouldn't, if someone wants to express it, it's fine to express it. But we'll come to the right answer. We are not fighting with the charter school. We have legal recourse that we wish to take. Just as the charter school had followed the law when they did what they did, we're following the law to react to that. No emotion here. It's just doing the best thing for the community and for all the children. So again, I appreciate the discussion. It's going to continue through this budget, but just wanted to thank all of you for being here tonight and for sharing the things that are important to all of us. So thank you for all of your thoughts and expressions. And with that, we'll continue on our agenda. We are now on to item K, which are the policies. Policies for first reading. K1, no vote necessary. And for second reading, we need a motion. These are two policies for special education and surrogate parents and foster parents.
Can I just speak?
Sure.
I'm sorry, just because earlier, I didn't get a chance to say that we...
Microphone.
Sorry. Earlier, I didn't get a chance to say that we updated policy. I just wanted to talk about 8544.
Your microphone.
Don't you want a motion and second?
Is that what we have to do? Okay.
Okay. So may I have a motion for item K2, second reading policies? Justin, and a second somewhere? Connie, thank you. Okay, now any discussion?
Okay, so
on the
earlier, when
policy?
I was giving the policy committee report, I skipped over policy 8544, outstanding food service charges. And I just wanted to say that after the first reading, we received some feedback from the board, and we went and made the changes. Yeah, and this policy is required by the state, so Stephanie worked with me to keep it as friendly as possible, so. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on item K2? Should I have a show of hands, all in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay, and now item K3, no vote necessary. Okay, I'll let you catch up with the technology and just start moving on to L1. These are personnel actions. Okay, are we okay? Yep. Okay. So these are the personnel actions on the personnel agenda. This is item L1. And may I have a motion to adopt the personnel actions, Justin, and a second? Any second over there? How about Greg? Okay. So any questions, comments on the personnel agenda? Hearing none, may I have a show of hands to approve?
Roll call vote.
Oh, sorry, roll call vote. And are you going to do the roll, Ms. Kennedy?
Did you want to make a comment?
You guys say anything?
I thought so.
We have a retirement on tonight's agenda. And the young man in the audience is Peter Thompson. And Peter, I think everybody here owes you a great debt of thanks and gratitude over all the years, having gone through the school system here and grown up here and interned here and gotten your first jobs and moving all the way up into technology. Technology you have been the forefront of since it came on as Time's Man of the Year, and technology, going back to the 80s and 90s and where we are now, you led the forefront of that. I don't think a lot of people know that it's not just technology, but you have the institutional knowledge and reaching back far into various areas, whether it be safety and security, working with a lot of our administrators and teachers and staff and support staff to always do the right thing and to always come up with innovative solutions and cost-saving solutions to the district over the many years that you've headed up the technology area. So I see Suzanne sitting next to you. I know that you're going to have a great time in retirement and get to travel and hopefully do the wonderful things that you have earned over the years, the two of you, both in your teaching capacities and also in your technology capacity. And I know you'll always be close here. I know you're always a stone's throw away because you're here all the time. And I know you get to monitor the situation and do all the wonderful things that we appreciate you for, but not always realize that people do appreciate it and they don't always say it to you. So on behalf of the board and the administrators and the whole staff, I just want to say thank you very much.
Peter, I just want to echo Lou's gratitude. I want to echo his statement about you being institutional history for us. You were a student here, and it says you've been here 41 years, but it's actually longer than that in Princeton High School. And I also want to acknowledge the vision you've always pushed us towards with regard to just not technology, but innovation and sustainability. And I want you to know that we will continue to keep that vision alive and strive for maintaining that as we move forward as a district. So we wish you the best of luck. We thank you for all you've done. Enjoy your trip around the world or wherever you're going to be, you and Susan are off to, and your grandchildren. But know that your home is always here.
Okay, any other comments on the personnel agenda? And this is a roll call vote. Okay, well, Ms. Kennedy, you're going to call the roll?
Patrick Sullivan?
Yes.
Debbie Bronfeld?
Yes.
Sorry, I missed a button. Justin Doran?
Yes.
Bill Hare? Yes. Daphne Kendall? Better put my glasses back on. Fern Sproul?
Yes.
Greg Stankiewicz?
Yes.
Connie Witter?
Yes.
And Evelyn Spahn.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to item M, which is curriculum and instruction. And these are items M1 through 4.
No, we're one at a time.
Oh, okay. I thought it was.
Good try there.
Yeah, sorry. It's not. Just trying to move things along. Okay, item M1. We need a motion. Motion, anyone? Daphne, and a second. Debbie. And any questions, comments? May I have a show of hands? All in favor? That is unanimous. Okay, item M2, preschool plan update. Motion, please. Justin, and a second. Connie? Any questions, comments on M2? Okay, may I have a show of hands? All in favor is unanimous again. Item M3, I need a motion, please. Oh, thanks, Justin. And a second. Connie? Any questions, comments on the donation from the Riverside PTO? Anyone? Well, let me just say then, if no one else is going to make a comment, that I would like to thank the Riverside PTO for all of their work in raising $6,900 to purchase technology for a digital art project there. Thank you, parents. It's great the work you do. Thank you to all the PTO members and the people who put so much work into it. And we really appreciate all you do.
And also the art teacher,
Yep.
Ashley. It's going to be really exciting what they're going to do. It has something to do with pictures, and we asked her to come back and show us, because I'm not artistic.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? So item M3, a motion, please. Oh, sorry, we already had the motion. Yeah, so it's just a vote.
Yeah.
It's just a vote, sorry, I'm losing track. All in favor? Yes, unanimous. And now, item M4, may I have a motion, please? Daphne and Connie. Okay. Any questions, comments on item M4?
No, I would make a comment and note that this is a grant from the Institute for Advanced Studies, which is exciting. This is one of the organizations that we'd like to reach out to for continued cooperation.
Yes.
So just like to acknowledge that they've participated.
I would further add that the grant was written by our own Brian Lee, who is one of the members of the Science Olympiad at the high school. And when I met with the Director of Development at the Institute for Advanced Studies, she said, not only would I like to give you the $10,000, but I'd really like to hire Brian. I told her I had first dibs on him, so.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Anything else?
Oh, yeah, just one question, and because you know. This isn't in lieu of our search for alternative revenue streams.
No, not at all. This was the first opportunity to have a conversation with the new director over there and to invite them to join us in partnership in supporting the Princeton Public Schools this way.
Thank you.
Okay, may I have a show of hands for M4? All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, moving along. We are on item O. This is financial reports, and Ms. Kennedy, oh, sorry, and I'm getting ahead of myself. Item N, and we need a motion for each one of these. This is where our technology works. It's made our life much simpler in theory. Motion.
A lot longer last time.
Yes, it was. Justin's getting better. Justin, in a second. Bill? All in favor? And one? Unanimous.
Wait a minute, now you jumped ahead because I was stuck there.
Okay.
Okay, so who was first? I'm sorry.
Justin and Bill, thank you. Wow, someone's paying attention.
She can't help herself.
Yeah. Yeah. Bill, and it was unanimous. Okay. Item N2. Motion, please. Justin and Daphne. Any questions, comments on N2? And Daphne? All in, no questions, comments, all in favor? Thank you, unanimous. Item N3. Motion, oh, sorry, Fern down there, I saw your hand before now. Fern, and a second. Greg? Any questions, comments on N3? All in favor? Thank you, unanimous. And N4, our special education agreement, I need a motion. Justin, Connie, seconds, and any questions, comments? All in, just a show of hands, all in favor? Thank you. When we did this on paper, we could do all that in one motion, but now we've got technology. Okay, I'm not complaining.
Now we're on O.
Now we're on item O, which is the financial section.
Yes, but look what we've done here. There's only a few little items here.
Okay.
All the financial reports are together.
Okay, good. And we're going to do these individually. So we'll start with O1, to accept the financial reports. May I have a motion, Connie, and a second, Greg? Any questions, comments on the financial reports? Okay, may I have a vote then? All in favor? All in favor?
Oh, sorry.
So it's everyone, okay, thank you. Everyone, any abstentions? Any no votes?
I abstain. I didn't have a chance to review it thoroughly.
Okay.
So I would rather abstain than approve.
Okay, thank you. 02, this is the architect for referendum planning. May I have a motion, please? A Daphne, a second. Greg?
I have a question.
Yes.
This is for what time period and what is this? Versus the one that was approved back in December?
Do you want to answer this, Steve?
Sure, and Stephanie, please join in. The approval in December was for a capacity study for the buildings in the district, and also for a look at if we could use the current board office as classroom space. So there was some design ideas and estimates that were created by the architectural firm for that. This is now,
And that's done, paid,
I believe, yeah.
But are they still doing capacities? I know we're not doing anything else with Valley Road. Oh, sorry. I know we've already talked about Valley Road, that can't
Correct.
happen. Are they still doing capacity?
Stephanie, do you want to answer that? We have some materials already on that.
The work is continuing, and they've done reviews. They've done a lot of work. They've done reviews of each school. They looked at all the needs of each school, the use, how the buildings are being used.
Okay.
They've done needs assessments. The next step is, once we determine what our plans will be, they'll help us develop a plan. And that's what this
next resolution is for. It's for the next phase of planning. So we've determined our capacity of our current buildings and the needs that we have. Scott was here tonight to listen to the demographer's report. And so now the question is, how do we provide the facilities for our students and for our growing population moving forward? And that's the work, an initial proposal related to the facilities expansion.
So it's more than just the current schools, or it could be more than just the current schools?
Correct.
Could be.
Could be.
Any other questions, comments? I think of this sort of like a site planning or a, project planning type exercise. If you think about any big project, whether it's a World's Fair or the World Trade Center rebuilding or other, there was an architect that planned the site, how the things were going to look in terms of designing the actual buildings that are going to stand in that site, and what they're actually going to look like is a different exercise. So I see Spiesel continue their work in laying out how things might be, and then we'll have another chance to come back and look at architects again. I think it's probably the sense of most of the board that we'd like to RFP those that designed and build phase when it happens.
And is that what we're saying about this?
No, we're
Okay.
saying that it's up to a referendum. So
I just can't figure out how big this.
Well, it says including recommendation of
job.
possible projects for a fee to be negotiated. So
Okay. It's a little too open for me. I just, I don't know.
yeah, I understand. My understanding of what we're trying to achieve here is we have a couple of things, right? We have the properties that we own. We need to understand which ones are expandable, by how much, and how does it dovetail with the demographic, trends that we see. It doesn't say, it might say where a building can sit on the property, given zoning restrictions and laws and other things. In addition to that, now we have our next, which is 03, potential authorization to look at the Westminster Choir College. Spiesel happens to know a lot about that property already, being the architect there. And so they have a great institutional knowledge of the whole site and its footprint, and what can be used for, what could be used, what couldn't be used, given regulations and other things. Now, so that's what I see this as being for, much like, as I said last night in facilities, when the World Trade Center needed to be rebuilt, an architectural firm was brought in to think about where the memorial was going to be, and how big towers could be on the site, and where they might sit on the site, and so forth, so on, where the transportation center was going to be, and how many people needed to go through, all these sorts of details. The actual designing and building of those buildings were done by separate architectural firms. And I see the same thing potentially happening here. We have a chance to go back and look at how we want it to look and who is the most appropriate firm or firms to do that work. So that I see this lasting probably up through a potential referendum, and then beyond that, we would have to come
So
back.
the first phase is we've got options. So we have the options to expand our current sites, the 6 schools we currently have. And then as we're about to get to, we also can't ignore the fact that, that Rider University is now agreed to put on the market the 23 acres that are contiguous to both the middle school and the high school. So we would be irresponsible not to consider what it would look like if we were able to acquire that property and what an expansion of facilities on that property would mean for the Princeton Public Schools. As Mr. Sullivan indicated, Spiesel Architectural Firm has worked with Ryder, has all the site plans for that property, and so could, I think, easily, knowing our needs, be able to develop multiple plans that would allow us to then figure out how we want to move forward with a referendum.
Okay, as long as we're not tied in for all the, future years, I think that's where I was getting concerned.
Understood, yep.
Well, and I think also, right now, our plans are very fluid, so I think the administration wanted to continue with Spiesel so that we wouldn't lose any time, because regardless, come September, we're going to have more kids in the school. We need to plan for that. But many of us share your concerns, and we don't want to stand in the way of progress, but, we are concerned about who will handle the whole project.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Any other questions about 03? Okay.
02.
02, sorry.
Yeah, we haven't, yeah.
Should get Julie to keep an eye on these things. So 02, please, show of hands. Okay, that is unanimous. And now on to 03, which is the authorization to begin the work of looking at potentially acquiring the property at the Choir College. So may I have a motion? Justin, and a second, Greg. Any questions, comments on this?
I'll make a comment. There's been lots of talk about $5 million here, $50 million referendum. I would just say that we have to not so much look at the micro, and we need to look at the macro. We had a time in our country's history where the Louisiana Purchase was an amazing thing, and to those people that stepped out and really took that risk, you look at the reward. This is an opportunity that in this town has not happened in 100 years. This is an opportunity for us to really seize the moment, to rally behind the community, the town, and our educational leaders, to give them the growth that our student athletes, our student artists, our students need to really expand their horizons. You see what Brian and Abby have done. You see what these 2 young women stood up here and talked to us about. There are a lot of really intelligent young people in this town that have so much to offer. We need to give them room to run. And I think that this opportunity with Westminster gives us that. So I am in favor of pursuing this project and looking into ways in which we can be the first movers on it.
Thank you, Justin.
Well, thanks, and I'd add, I'm getting a little ahead on the agenda, but when we look at the finances, I think what you're going to see is, interestingly enough, because a lot of our old bonds, we have about $70 million of bonds outstanding, they're coming due in the next couple of years. And so our actual bond service goes to zero within a couple of years. And so we have a tremendous amount of capacity to borrow. So it just happens to be a great time. I've sort of likened it to if you pay off your car and then go buy a new car, it just feels like the same monthly payment. That's, in effect, what we might see from an expansion of this magnitude. And I agree with Justin. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity to make a statement for public education. And as a town, we need to figure out how to do this. We just have to. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, and I just wanted to second, Justin's metaphor of a Louisiana Purchase, but also thank everyone here tonight. You've been here for a very long time, and I think everything we've been discussing leads up to this grander vision. And so we need the community to be part of this process. And I want to just thank, Steve and Stephanie and the board here for allowing this and for continuing this and for pushing this and for pushing us to think about this grander vision for our children and our community.
And I would also add that the town is very much in partnership with us in trying to look at how to provide for the public schools as the community continues to grow. So part of this resolution is to work with them to see if they will be able to look at the Westminster property as a future public school site. That would give us the time to be able to secure the funding and make the right choice.
Okay, any other questions, comments before we take a vote? Okay, may I have a show of hands, all in favor? Thank you, that's unanimous. And see if we can move as quickly as technology will allow. Item O, we're almost done here, folks. We only have 3 more items. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, item 04, fire and evacuation drills. May I have a motion? Debbie, and a second. Fern. Any discussion? May I have a vote? All in favor? Thank you, unanimous. Travel and related expenses, 05, motion. Debbie, second. Connie? Any discussion? No? May we have a vote? Again, unanimous. Okay, and this leads us to 06, the discussion of the 27-18 budget. And there will be some discussion, even though it's past 11 o'clock. So, Ms. Kennedy, are you going to lead this presentation? Or are you ready to go home? Yeah.
She's got a coat on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I guess we need a motion. Sorry, we need a motion in a second.
No, this is just discussion.
Yeah, just discussion. Yep.
Excellent, thank you.
I'm just waiting for the vote to pop up.
Are you going to display something?
I'm waiting for the vote to show up there. There it goes. Okay. Next is discussion. I'm not sure how you want to approach this, but what?
Well, one question, do members of the public have the handout, this
No.
handout that we have? Okay,
No, it's
so
an attachment.
this is not, okay, so we'll have to just speak through it. If you want, Justin, maybe you can set this up. He's gone. I'll set this up then. So last time we met, and apologize to those who mentioned that it wasn't televised, I agree that all of our meetings should be, at least in theory. And we came up with a tentative budget. Tentative budget basically deals with the fact, as again, members of the public have pointed out, that we are facing rising enrollments and that there are certain resources that every school district needs, especially in the face of rising enrollments. Number one, it dealt with the fact that we are facing what I've called a statutory taking from the charter school of about $800,000 this year, continuing ad infinitum into the future and growing as their expansion grows from 54 to 76. So the way that I think we thought about it last time, and that I still think about it, is that we've got to split those two things and look at the charter school expansion as the charter school tax. It equals about a 1.2% tax increase. We're fortunate that this year we have waivers. Just to step back for a minute. As I said earlier, we are capped at 2% growth in our operating budget. And this is different from our capital budget. Think of it, it's the operating budget that we need to function every year. And we're capped at 2%, unless there's a statutory waiver that allows us to go over 2%. And examples of statutory waivers that allow to go over 2% would be healthcare cost increases, if it meets a certain statutory formula, or enrollment increases, if it meets a certain statutory formula. We were fortunate this year that we had both of those, which would allow us to raise taxes over 2%. It's a good thing, too, because if we didn't, we would be cutting into our operating budget at a time when we're growing. But the question that was before us is two things. One is that altogether, at least as of the last time we were together, that tax increase equaled 4.7%. That's 1.2% for the charter school tax, and then at that time, about the difference, 3.5% for everything else to run the school. Now, just to put that in historical context, over the last few years, last year's budget increase was about 2.8%. And so we've gone in past years over the cap, but we've stayed under 3. So we thought a 4.7% tax increase is rather high. Part of it is out of our control, as many have pointed out tonight, but part of it is. And so really looking at the difference, could we at least look at some options, we asked, for budgets that, besides the charter school tax, keep us at a under 3% growth rate? And so some of the options that Ms. Kennedy has presented for us tonight are options that would get us below that 3% level. Now, there's no magic to the 3% level. There's nothing different about it, except that you as taxpayers have to pay, a little bit more. And the only concern that we have is some of the, again, speakers pointed out tonight, is that tax increases compound. And so a 5%, a 5% growth, 5% financial growth doubles in 15 years. So you do have to be mindful of small changes in tax rate, because they add up over time, and it becomes the base over which the next level of growth occurs. So we thought tonight it would make sense to just take a look one more time, look at the existing budget that we talked last time, that was about a 3.5% increase, and look at a couple of options that got us under 3 excess of the charter school tax. And so, sorry, long setup, but this is what we're here to talk about.
So last evening at the Finance Committee, the committee was presented with 4 different options on how to reduce the budget. We worked through them, we spoke about them for a long time, and at the end of the meeting, this is the short version, at the end of the meeting, it was determined, was given some criteria to go back and come back with 2 options, which was basically a mix of the 4 options in an effort to get the tax levy lower, down to below the 3% for the non-charter school portion. So for those that have attachments on their computer, I did attach the 16th attachments, which had what is the tentative budget. So we're working off that tentative budget, and then the second attachment is the options. And I don't know, Gabe, can you pick those options up on the screen at all, the attachments? That would make it a lot easier.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier.
Which one do you want, the tentative or the?
He's got it, he's bringing it up. See, you mock the technology, but look at this.
I love it right now, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta go down the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
No more.
Keep going. All the way down the bottom.
No, keep going, all the way at the bottom.
Word item O.
What happened? You stopped moving. Okay, so option 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the tentative from last time, so it's the other one. Gabe, if you can put the other one up for me. Thank you. Here we go. Okay, so we have two final options, or two options that are presented this evening. So as you can see, originally there were $661,000 of new staff requests. So this option leaves in 4 full-time equivalencies to address the needs of regular and special education. The specifics would be determined as the new year begins to see where the actual needs are by priority, where they are. Then the superintendent, with recommendations from the Student Achievement Committee and Personnel Committees, would select those positions. That's a total of $240,000. Additionally, there were 100, from the presentation that was on the 16th, there was an additional 173,000 staffing reduced, 25,000 of retirement, and then on this option, a reduction of 3 full-time equivalencies of aides or teacher assistants through attrition. Also on this option is a reduction of 1/2 of the proposed amount for the K-5 science curriculum, for new science curriculum.
I object now, or should I wait till you finish?
Whenever. So that's what it is. The option 1 reduces the tentative budget by $358,000, bringing down the tax levy to 202. And if you want to object, you can object before I go on, but go ahead.
Oh, I just had a quick question on objection, but in terms of an overall increase to the budget, is there a percentage that
Yes,
equates to?
Can you scroll down a
Well,
little bit?
no,
there?
if you can just say it without leaving the page. I mean, just,
Here it comes. That's the detail. Down further.
Keep going.
All the way down. One more. There it is.
There you go. And then slide it over
But
a
it's
little bit.
yeah, there you go. So this option generates a 4.5% or 3.31% on just the districts section. That's on the general fund. For the total budget from budget year to budget year, 4.27% or 3.0. And on the tax year, which is the calendar year, it's 3.6 or 2.4.
and the reason that that's different is that our budget goes across 2 calendar years. So if you had a large increase one year and a low increase the next year, it takes 2 years to work its way through the system. So,
Correct.
At any rate, okay, so it's 3.3. Thanks.
Yes.
Okay, so just, I think we discussed Science Alive, or it's not Science Alive.
So, yeah, I think
No,
that's what
it's
it is.
it's the.
It is Science
the kit,
Alive.
No.
the kit program. It's the.
That's what
Is
okay,
that-
I thought it was Science Alive.
It was Social Studies Alive.
Yeah.
I
So anyway, we have a new science program that's coming, K-5. Eddie Cohn presented to Student Achievement about a month ago. It's very exciting. It has, Eddie's concern was in that the elementary schools really don't have a strongly defined science program, even though we have, wonderful science teachers, and this would make it more consistent among the 4 schools. So the Student Achievement Committee believes this is important, and we would like to phase it in. We wouldn't want to phase it in, we'd want to just go ahead with it. Now, Social Studies Alive ended up being much less, right, than we had thought. So we do have money left over.
No, we
No, we don't have money left over.
We don't.
Okay, so, but anyway, so I would, strongly encourage the board to, reconsider the phase-in of K-5. It's just so important, and the sooner that you get the kids into it, the better. And it was really a wonderful resource. The books were available online. There was assisted reading for children with learning issues. It also translated into Spanish. So it's really a very exciting resource that I think we should go ahead with. And my other question was, we heard tonight the women from the special ed PTO about the learning consultant at the high school, and I know that we discussed it, Steve and Stephanie. Do we need to specifically address that, or can I go to sleep tonight knowing?
You can go to sleep tonight knowing that it's taken care of.
Okay,
So
thank you.
we added in a fourth FTE.
Okay.
Based on our conversation last night. A couple of those will likely go to the elementary school, but we have 2 FTEs that we can use to support special ed at the high school.
Wonderful, thank you.
But you can't always get everything you want. So it's hard to get the full science program and the support at the special ed at the high school. That's the.
But it's 0.2%, right? The difference in it was the tax levy is on this, the total tax levy is 4.5%. And the global option we presented was 4.77%. So we're talking, I don't know, Liz, are you still here? It's got to be less than a piece of pizza. And, again, my philosophy with the budget is the closer it is to the children, the more important it is. So learning consultant and science program, I don't think you get much closer.
Can you explain to me why you can't phase the science program in over 2 years as opposed to 1 year?
Well, you could, but it's exciting. I think there's a lot of, so it's a KIT program. Maybe next month we could have Eddie Cohen come before we pass the budget, but it involves like every classroom in the elementary schools. The classroom, Steve could probably can speak more intelligently to it.
Well, it's hands-on science. So you've got kits that allow the kids to do labs in the classroom, experiment, build things, create things, constructivist kind of science exploration, and you've got an online textbook that allows them to read and to, look at things in 3D. Like it's a really well-crafted program. The teachers help to select it. But if it has to be phased in, we haven't had it for years, so it would be wonderful if we could get it all in 1 year, but if it has to be phased in, it has to be phased in. Those are it wouldn't be my first choice either, but we phased in the social studies over 2 years.
And I guess it goes just back to the kids, and Pat sits at the meetings and he's like, what are we doing that's exciting? This is something that's exciting. So that's why I want it. Yeah.
Good, any other questions, comments? You have option 2 now, Stephanie,
Well,
right?
I guess I do have one more comment. So I see in both option 1 and 2 that science program is phased in, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Option 2 is option 1 with more reductions.
Oh, option 2 is.
Yeah.
Okay, so option 2 is sort of a little bit harsher,
Right.
more cuts. Okay, got it.
Just
So
a
option-
question, sorry, Stephanie, just a question on the line item for Princeton High School and the PAC. So why is the PAC like a separate?
It's really not. When we first started with the PAC, that's just old language that could come off. It's just, they have a budgetary line, and when the PAC, a few years ago, probably could
You can
be-
say it's really not, and I'm okay with that.
It's really
At 11
not.
o'clock at night, I'm okay
Yeah,
with it's
yeah.
really not.
Very good.
Okay.
I'll take those words off next time. It's the high school budget inclusive of the PAC's couple little lines.
Okay, so can we see option 2 on the screen?
That was at the end of option 1.
Oh, you weren't done with option 1, sorry.
No, that was, it
Oh,
was
yeah.
the same, it was the same item.
Yes, it's in the budget discussion of March 28th.
Yeah, it's still the same document, Gabe. So item 2 is the same as item 1. The additional reductions are an additional 5 full-time equivalency of aides for $100,000, teacher assistants, and an additional retirement amount of $10,000.
Are those 5 additional aides through attrition?
That's to be determined.
Okay. So again, I would just like to say that those closest to children are the ones I think we should look to keep.
Following on Daphne's lead, is that science K-5? Am I looking at the cost of that program as the difference in option 1? Is that the cost of the program where it shows the difference for new science K-5?
No, I think the cost is $200,000.
It's over $200,000, and we've budgeted 50% of it.
Well, in this scenario.
Right.
Okay. Just one question on the line item for high school athletics. I'm seeing an increase in high school athletics. Are we adding new programming, or is this for staffing?
This is, it's an increase to athletics, middle and high. And it's an addition across supplies. It's not any new staffing, actually.
Okay.
It's just across supplies, some equipment. With a focus on athletics, there have been some needs that have been identified this
Okay.
year. So it's just an attempt to start to fix some of or improve the athletics program.
And
middle
also
and high school.
take on more of the responsibility that the booster clubs were shouldering
Yes.
in the past.
Okay. Okay, so that more supports our strategic plan and what we're doing in our strategic plan and moving towards more independence in our athletics.
Yes, as part of the Athletic 2.0
Right.
philosophy, yes.
Okay, all right, fine.
Okay, and again, then option 2 as a percentage, without scrolling down and spending all that time, but option 2 as a percentage of budget increase equals what?
Is,
Maybe something with media people. Maybe with media.
Option 2, the budget to budget is 4.1 or 2.9.
Yeah, let's do it X of the charter tax. I mean, there's no point in talking about the charter tax.
So
You know-
minus the charter tax?
Yeah,
you
let's
wanna
just
it?
do it with what we have control
Okay, so minus the
over.
charter tax is 2.9. Our budget section is 2.9.
Okay, so this is the one that's under 3.
Correct,
So it's very close to where our increase last year.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's a reduction of $468,000 from the proposed budget.
Okay. So I guess for tonight's discussion, we have another we have another month, actually, to keep working through these issues, right? We don't have to make a decision on this or that tonight. It's really to get feedback from community members, you know, for the community members, to use the analogy of a speaker earlier, you know, I don't have any problem paying for a pizza, but it's got to be the pizza I ordered. You know, I've never paid for a pizza that just shows up at the door and they say, well, you got to pay for this because we decided you should. So this is your chance to really, you know, have input into what sort of tax increase seems to make sense given our needs as a district. You know, to Daphne's point, I appreciate your thoughts, Daphne, about things that are close to the kids. You know, everything needs to be looked at in a tough budget situation. But one other thing, if you can just show the last page of option 2, because the one thing that we wanted to also show people is sort of the bigger picture in terms of tax increases over a number of years, including a potential bond issuance over a number of years that would take into account some of our existing long-term bonds coming off, coming off. So I think you had a page there.
Yeah, there's a page for each option 1 and 2. So I'll just go with option 2 because it's similarly the same thing. So I was asked to project out tax levy for future budgets. So it's 5 years, the proposed budget, and 4 following years. The proposed budget with option 2 is the $468,000 less. The next 4 years is just the 2% increase. Thank you. So it's, so 18, 19 and on is the 2% increase. And I broke it out so that you could see how it would look. Again, there's so many moving parts to this. But what I did is I took an average of increase on assessed value and added that each year so that it was a little bit more comparable because it does go up each year. I mean, we're looking at $70 billion, but it does go up in the millions each year. So I added an average amount across all the same amount across each year, just bringing it up. And then projected a tax impact, but only on the present assessed value home, because I couldn't really figure out what that would be. I was really just shooting in the dark.
Right.
So that's at the $821,000, almost $822,000 average assessed home value in the town, and the tax impact for those years. It's $192 on the option 2. Option 1 was $202. And then I added in, I was asked to add in a projection on the bond referendum. Again, just total projection, but what I did is I went back and I looked at the 1998 referendum way back, to the 2001 referendum bonding, and then the 2012 bonds. And I saw when they started, when they ended, and how they impacted each other. So what I did is just an estimate. I don't know exactly how it would fall out, but there would be, if you figure we had about $60 million in our 2001 bond, and we have 60 million, and 60 million in a new bond, we're looking at about $5 million a year. Right now, we're paying 5.7. So we would just start paying interest in the first 4 years. By the third year, by the fourth year there, 2022, the 2001 referendum falls off altogether. Therefore, the principal and the interest would pick up on the new debt. And then the following year, the last of the $11 million, which is about $1 million, falls off. So that there would be a jump the first year that we would get the money. Say it was in the 18, it wouldn't be in 17, 18. It would likely be in 18, 19, that we'd have to pay the first time, even if we got it. So anyway, by the first time, we'd have to pay it. And then after that, it would bump up, and it would just be one bond issue we would have instead of 3.
Okay, so if I look at this page, the punchline at midnight is, finally we get to the punchline, is that if you look at the totality of a budget that has some reasonable increases and some cuts to educational, capacity, and a fairly significant bond offering that deals with the long-term future, you're looking at about a tax increase of roughly $300 a year for the next 3-4 years. So,
Well, I only showed 3 or 4 years.
yes,
Yeah.
but again, as the old debt service goes away, that's fairly stable. And there's a couple assumptions here. One we heard from heard in the demographer's report is, no matter how you get there, whether you believe his numbers or whether you just talk to people about what affordable housing is going to look like in Princeton, population is going to grow, and so therefore the tax levy base will also grow. There'll be more people paying the taxes, and that could cause this to come down, number one.
Or not go up as much.
Or not go up as much. And number two, we're assuming that we can hit a 2% increase in future years. We haven't done it for the last couple years. So that's going to involve some real planning in terms of thinking, strategically for the administration about what sort of things we can do to leverage all of the great talent that we have in the building, and, frankly, maybe make education slightly less handmade than it is now, but do it in an innovative way that it doesn't, impact the educational experience that kids get. And, I don't have ideas tonight, but we have a long-term. We have a long runway to figure that out, but it's one of the things we're going to have to start thinking about.
I would just add, to give context to what you're saying, that remember next year when our budget is going up, what is the number? Option 1 is 2.4%.
2.4.
We're doing that with
2.4.
a rising enrollment of 190 students. So if we're looking at the demographer's report, our our numbers peak next year and then start to actually decline for 4 or 5 years. So we're not likely to get the enrollment waivers in those years that we're getting now. So I think it's probably reasonable to look at the 2% increase that Stephanie's projected here. And it's another reason to be keeping in mind where we are with the charter school, because remember, the charter school expansion will, if it moves forward, will be complete to 76 students, and that will be 1.4 million on a 2% cap.
Right, so there will be a
An
year.
additional 4, because it's already embedded in.
That's true.
Right,
Yeah.
but so there'll be a year as that grows that bites into the 2% cap.
Right.
Which will be a tough year. Okay, well, I know everyone's tired and it's late. Is there any other questions or comments on this? We have one more chance to discuss it.
Okay, well, I
next
do
month.
want to make a comment about the budget in general. The only place at this point today to take dollars from the budget is from staffing, or from these options. There's all
Yes.
the fixed costs are fixed.
Yes,
Yeah.
understood.
So either, just for people to keep that in mind. If it's not these specific things, it's going to be something else.
Right.
know,
So
some
I
other
guess,
stuff.
but again, one of the things, when you look at this, Stephanie, in the kind of broader context, is we can fixate a little too much on percentages sometimes. We don't, and when you look at the overall impact of what we're trying to do, which is build as Justin said, a really world-class school system, that, and thinking out, for the next generation and more, we're not talking about massive tax increases here.
The tentative budget was 223, I believe that was.
And we have tried, and I think Steve deserves, and the administration deserves a lot of credit over the last few years to do more with less.
223.
One example is the dual language immersion program at Community Park. Fantastic program. I'm sure some of you have seen the video of these little kids speaking fluent Spanish. It's amazing. It didn't cost nothing, but it cost very, very little and a huge impact with the same resources. We need to look at ways that we can do that over and over again. So, anything else?
I don't know whether this is old or new business, but, throughout the evening and in the course of the last couple of months, we've seen lots of different numbers thrown out there about what our cost is per student versus other places' cost for students. I'd like to see an apples-to-apples comparison at some point so that we can all know what the right numbers we should be looking at are.
Well, I guess the thing about that comparison is it's misleading in a couple of ways. Number one, our students cost a different amount than other students potentially do. I mean, someone who was looking at the budget tonight said, well, gosh, you pay, about $75,000 average for out of district placements for special education for, these are severe and unique situations in each case. Another school might not have those costs, and so when you go down that road, you start saying, well, yeah, but there's this and there's also that, and this one doesn't have this, and so eventually it just devolves into a lot of picking over. I mean, the other thing that you think about is the school system it's a little like an airline, right? I mean, if you imagine you were running an airline with one airplane, it would cost you the same to run the airplane whether the seats were all full or half full. If someone took 5 seats off, 5 passengers off, your costs are the exact same until you get to 2 airplanes, and then your costs go up, and now you got to fill those seats. So it's not the kind of model where it really, lends itself to saying, well, how much did it cost, per passenger to run this plane? Well, on the first flight out, it cost $40,000 a passenger. On the full flight back, it only cost $400 a passenger. It's the same plane. So it doesn't, I don't know, the whole idea of how much it costs per pupil, those are kind of the funding formulas that the state uses for charter school. There's a funding formula the state uses for sending districts and so on. But I don't know. I mean, our costs are not built that way. They're built based on needs, starting with individual students, starting with groups of students, and it rolls up into a budget. And you're looking at it back the other way and say, okay, based on these particular children who need these particular things, what does that cost per student? It's just not, I think the better answer for people who want to go down that road is, that's not really the right way to look at a public school.
Although
I do think
Professor
if-
Julia Sass-Rubin has actually done all that
Yeah.
work for us. It's online.
Yeah, actually,
Take
someone
a look
has
at-
gone through it. Julia, thank you. You've
I
gone
do
through
think
it
if
all. Yeah.
Mr. Montgomery was here, he would tell us to turn over every stone and to really look and to work hard at digging in. And I do think that this board is going to have to do that this time. I think that we're forced and we're in a position to do that. I do think it's important to say that this board is very supportive of charter. We're just in a position to oppose the loss of $1.2 million. So I think that's very important to be said tonight, that we've always been very supportive of all of our children in this district, from Cranberry to charter, all the way across the board. So our fight is for our finances, and I think that's important for us to remember, is that we're trying to balance a budget for all of our children. But secondly, someone kept throwing out a $24,000 tuition number, but I do know that Cranberry, a few of the people from the podium, I think, said that, but I believe Cranberry's number is closer to 17,148. Somewhere closer to that, but don't quote me on that, but somewhere closer to that number. But Justin, to your benefit, because we get this in Cranberry, we get it on the other side because they say, why do you go to Princeton? Because it's so expensive. We could go to other districts and it could cost less. And our motto is, this is not something you want to go basement bargain shopping for. Education is expensive. If you do it right and you provide for every child, it does cost to do it properly. But the state does a good job of figuring out what it costs per child. And Cranberry has that number every year in the rears, and we can tell you exactly what that number is every year. I promise you.
Is that the number for the high school that they for the high school?
Specifically for the high school, and that includes the cost for custodians, cafeteria, maintenance to clear the sidewalks, for that sort of thing. We pay our own transportation. We take care of our own. We take care of other things for transportation and that sort of thing. But it is what the state. In the sending-receiving relationship, what the state does is, in the rears, they figure out how many students went to the school, what it costs for the school to operate, and then they divide it by the number of students that went there, and that's how they get to that number. Are you nodding your head? I'm feeling validated here if you're nodding your head. If I need to be corrected, please feel free. Okay.
And it doesn't include special ed students that don't go to the high school.
No,
from
it's
Cranberry, right?
it's just for the high school. Cranberry pays for their own special ed students that they send. We pay those tuitions as needed, and we send our children where they need to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks. Any other discussion on 06 before we open it up for old business, new business, and then public comments? Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Now, item P, any old business, new business to discuss tonight? Hearing none. Oh, we just did it. Yeah, you're right. We sure did. So now we're on to item Q, public comment. These are open topics on any topic at all. So if anyone would like to make a statement one last time before we all go to bed. But I'd like to ask, because you already spoke, if there's people here tonight who haven't spoken who would like to speak, maybe you can go first, and if not, then, since you've already spoken, if you can keep it short.
Hi, Andrea Scala, 21 Maple Street, Princeton. I'm here to talk about a topic that is even more important and fundamental than the budget or the charter school or anything else, and it's our children. It's the reason you're all here. It's the reason everybody came tonight. It's the reason a lot of people are still here at almost midnight. There are always going to be problems. There's always going to be a contract to negotiate, right, Malachi? There's always going to be
a charter school issue because as long as we have this governor, at least, there's going to be a charter school issue. There's always going to be a budget. There's always going to be a tax increase that a lot of people feel strongly about one way or the other. But those are adult problems. Those are problems created by adults. They have nothing to do with what's the most important, as Daphne said, what touches our children every day. I commend Superintendent Cochran for pushing the PHS leadership to have the courage to administer a student survey focusing on wellness and workload. It's never been done to such a thorough extent or in such a scientifically and statistically valid way. Sorry. The data results are appalling. They are something that I feel terribly ashamed about, and I think everyone in this community should pay close attention next month when they are publicly explained. They are, however, unfortunately not at all surprising to anybody who's been paying attention, to anybody who has a child or a friend who has a child who's been at the high school for the last 2 decades. And it's certainly not a surprise to our children who have been pleading with us to listen to their voices for over a decade and whose voices have long been pushed to the side, dismissed as anecdotes or hyperbole or the product of millennial whining. I've heard all of these things in this room. In 2000 and I want to say 7 or 8, a group of high school parents and I think teachers raised some valid concerns about the high school schedule. It's a meat grinder. It's a hamster wheel. If you've ever been to back to school night as a parent, you'll know what I'm talking about. You can't do it. And everybody at the end of the night says, well, I skipped gym and choir because I couldn't do it. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't get from one end of the building to the other in 4 minutes. Are you crazy? And we actually have 5 as parents. The kids have 4 every day. And I certainly couldn't do 8 in a row. And I couldn't do it 5 days a week. But our kids do. So in about 2007 or 8, a group of parents prevailed upon then Superintendent Judy Wilson, who I love and will always respect. And she said, okay, let's form a committee. Let's have a bunch of adults, not kids, adults, sitting in a room talking about the schedule. The principal of the high school was put in charge of reviewing the schedule, and he immediately changed the name of the committee to the Bell Schedule Committee. It was no longer the Schedule Committee. It was no longer a committee to look at a serious revision to the schedule. It was now reduced to a tweaking of a few minutes here and there. And that is exactly the result that this Bell Schedule Committee recommended after a 1.5 years of meetings and money spent. So we got a 5-minute longer break. We got, 10 minutes difference here and there on Wednesdays. No meaningful change for the children. In 2010, Jessica Deutsch, who's not here anymore, she was here. Anyway, she brought the Race to Nowhere movie to Princeton. It played at the PAC. Some of you probably were there. It was a full house. That movie felt intimately familiar to every single one of us with children at the high school. Every single problem, we felt like we were watching a movie about our lives and our children. And that movie generated a lot of conversation, a lot of roundtables, a lot of focus groups. No change, not one change resulted from that. Now, in 2012, we did a district-wide climate survey, parents and students, and I think graduates as well of high school. Great news, everybody. K-8, everybody's happy. Climates in the schools are fabulous. But guess what happened to the data about the high school? It was buried, despite the board's objections, by then assistant superintendent. You'll find it somewhere in her office, I'm sure. But that data did inform one important decision by this board at that time, and that was the hiring of our superintendent. Several of the board's questions during our interviews of superintendent candidates were about that survey data and what that superintendent candidate would do to fix our high school, basically, to make sure that we had a culture at our high school that not only fostered excellence, but enhanced wellness, that promoted well-being, and that didn't turn our kids into hamsters on a wheel every single day. And we chose the candidate who gave us the very best answer. And that was our, as a board, I think unanimously, Pat's the only one who was on the board at the time. Molly was too, but she's not sitting up here. I think that was unanimously amongst the board at the time their number one priority for, or criteria for hiring the superintendent. And now we have this most recent survey data. It leads ineluctably to the conclusion that almost everything we're doing at that high school, other than what results in the test scores and the college admissions and all this other wonderful stuff, what we're doing in that high school is diseased. You guys think I'm exaggerating. I've been saying this forever, so I know I don't have any more credibility on this. But wait till you see this data. I implore you to take this data and do something with it that results in change for the children. No more committees, no more task force and working groups, no more conversations amongst adults where everybody ends up patting each other on the back and saying, oh, well, it's embarrassing, and I feel bad, and gosh, I wish it had done a better job affirming what I thought I was doing, but oh well. Change, just change. Change the schedule. The schedule needs to be blown up. Pat has said it a million times, and he's right. It needs to be blown up, not tweaked, not, like added a little here or there. It's ridiculous. And the workload that the kids have there is driven by that schedule. You change the schedule, you fix a lot of other serious problems. It's so sad to me that I have to say this, but if something doesn't change, we're going to lose children. Don't delay. Take action. The change has to happen for our children in the schools every single day, not for the adults, not for the professional development, for the kids in September. And I'm going to be paying attention.
The first, I just want to clarify something that Pat said. I think he may have accidentally misspoke.
Sorry,
I know
Rob,
he
could you
knows
identify
this.
yourself just
Oh, I'm
for
sorry,
the
Rob
record?
Dodge, Maple Street in Princeton. And I know Pat knows this very well, but I think he misspoke. But the comment was, as more people move into Princeton, there'll be more money for taxes. But we know that's not true. We could have 1,000 new units or 1,000 people moving to Princeton, and we can only increase the school budget by the 2%, which is essentially inflation. So that's a constant dollar. But I just want to make sure everybody understands that. And then 2%, we always think, oh, that's an increase. That's an increase. Just to clarify again, too, right? That's inflation. So that's total dollars. But I do want to say that we are having this influx of 100 and nearly 200 students, and I feel that the state we don't get to fund them to their full amount. There's the formula, as Pat mentioned, and we know you only get a partial tuition essentially from taxes that can compensate for those new students, right? So we don't even get full funding. And so I'm a little disappointed that we're not even considering taking the funding that the state allows, which is not even very generous, for those additional students. I feel that if we are concerned, and I kind of echo something Andrea said here, if we should be thinking about the students. So the decisions made by the planning board and town council to increase density, build on the Franklin Street lot, build in Princeton Shopping Center. Why are we going to take that out on the students? If we are so concerned with saving, lowering our taxes, we should be speaking at the town council, not trying to take money away from the students. And so, Daphne, thank you for promoting that. We don't want to cut things. We don't want to decrease funding education. We don't want to decrease the quality of the education here in Princeton because the town wants to grow in further development. Thank you.
The budget covers the kids at charter school, right? And they're part of the Princeton Public Schools, really?
No, they're a separate district.
They're a separate district. But you guys, the budget that we have here is my tax money going to this budget, and you pay for Princeton charter school kids. I'd really respectfully ask that you don't address them as the charter tax. You know, these are our kids. It's all our district, right? And the money's got to pay for them. The other thing I would say is we do spend $2,000 more per kid than West Windsor or Montgomery. So we really do need to pay attention to this budget.
But just one thing, and I've avoided saying it just because it's been such a long meeting, but, you know, and also some of the things I've read, but 15% of our population is special education. 7% have 504 plans. 12% are, low income. Montgomery doesn't have those kind of demographics. West Windsor does not have those kind of demographics. And, we have a moral and a legal obligation to, take care of those kids. And, my taxes are going up too. But ultimately, our job as a board is to, like I've said before at meetings where no one's been there, we're stewards of this great education system. So if we're talking about, $40, I'm going to err on the $40 because I don't want to look back and be like, I was the beginning of the end of Princeton Public Schools.
And I didn't know that Montgomery and West Windsor don't have that kind of a commitment. Didn't know that they don't have so many special needs kids. But it looks funny in our budgets. It just looks funny,
Well,
that's all. Thank you all I know you're all doing a ton, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It was really good to hear from the member from Cranberry that she's supportive of the charter school, but not supportive of losing money, right? And I understand that, and I just want you to understand that I have no personal animus whatsoever towards Cranberry. What I have trouble with is spending potentially $50 million and paying another, let's say, $100 million in interest over 20 years. And, what I see as the town of Princeton subsidizing the town of Cranberry. It's not in any way, shape, or form personal. I've read the contract between Cranberry and Princeton. I understand the statutes. I'm a lawyer. I understand that right now is the time under the contract that if we were going to try to get out with state approval, that we would have to do that right now. And I was glad to hear from the board that you're considering not just a $50 million bond referendum, but also potentially a lot less in terms of construction, on the sites that we have right now, because that, frankly, is what I would prefer. And what triggers that, I think, is something else that somebody else said, right? Which is, in a couple of years, we are not going to be paying $5 million in debt, right? And so wouldn't it be nice if we didn't do a $50 million project and pay $100 million in interest over 20 or 30 years and didn't actually have that $5 million in debt, which is actually the thing that is causing our per pupil cost to be much higher than most other districts, right? We would be much closer, maybe $20,000 or $18,000, right? So I just want you to be, well, it's $24,000 a child. We pay $5 million in debt service per year. When we did the calculation, I think it comes down to somewhere between $18,000 and $20,000 a child when you don't have that debt service. If I'm incorrect,
But are you saying can, that Montgomery and...
I'm not talking about Montgomery
no, but I'm saying,
or
you're saying that
West
we're higher,
Windsor.
and I'm not going to stipulate to that 24,000, but Are you saying that Montgomery and West Windsor don't have debt service?
I never mentioned Montgomery or debt
Well, you
service.
said-
The previous woman did. I've looked at the constructs, the, disability, special ed, free and reduced lunch in other high-performing districts that are similar, that are paying less money. I don't have them at the tips of my finger, but absolutely not a question about it. We are one of the highest spending districts in the state. You are not, Princeton is not
That-
unique.
I disagree that we are unique.
Well, Daphne, I would really be glad to go over the numbers with you separately, okay? But I just ask that the board be fiscally responsible and consider not only this bond referendum, but building and Cranberry, and really take, go through the numbers, figure it out, and figure out what's best for this town. Thank you.
First of all, Julia Rubin, 360 Jefferson Road. You have some really cute new board members, I have to tell you. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you guys. I can't believe the kind of hours you're putting in, and the pay really sucks. And I also just wanted to say, Evelyn, my daughter has spoken so often about how much she loves having Cranberry students at the high school and how many new friends she's made and what a great enrichment they are to the district. So I'm so glad you guys are part of our schools. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other public comment, I guess I'll just say a couple things. Again, thanks everyone tonight for coming. Someday I'll buy you all a beer if you're still here. It's a very good discussion. I'd just like to second one thing that, Evelyn, you've kind of taken it on the chin tonight a few times. But, just wanted to reiterate what Steve said. We value very much both the students that come from Cranberry. We value the long relationship we've had. We value the financial addition to our operating budget that is so valuable, without which we frankly could not function as an institution. All that's important. It's again, I don't mind, you shouldn't mind anyone asking questions about anything or saying whatever their opinion is. That's fine. But I just want you to know that among the board, and I think probably among the community as a whole, there's a tremendous amount of respect and appreciation for Cranberry and their contributions to Princeton.
Thanks very much, Pat. You'd have to come to our budget meetings where they ask us the same questions, and it's all very respectful, and I don't take it personally, so thank you.
Okay, thanks. Well, with that, can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Fern, and second, Debbie. All in favor? Thanks, everyone. Brian, Abby, you should have gone home hours ago.
Get in here because we got another hour to go. So, yep, so.